Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from all around the world. Um, there's my big, beautiful face on a live stream. How's everybody doing? We're so glad that you've chosen to spend your day with us and join us for the 2022 3D Tech Festival. My name is Jordan Huggins. You're not going to hear or see me too much. I just had a couple of housekeeping things. First of all, thank you all again so much for joining us. My name is Jordan. I'm the marketing manager at Alvanon. And before I hand things off and we get rolling, I just have a couple housekeeping notes for everybody. We're obviously live streaming through YouTube this year, which is a new update if you've joined us in the previous years for 3D Tech Festival. So not assuming anything, whether your skill level with YouTube or whatever. I just wanted to run through a couple of settings, features that we'll be leveraging over the next 3 days. Audio, video issues or anything like that, you can first, I just wanted to say you're on YouTube, so please subscribe to us on YouTube. There's a little subscribe button next to our name underneath the video. You can also be notified when we go live over the next 2 days. If you navigate outside of this video, you can right-click on the Alvanon logo or the Alvanon name in the bottom left underneath this video. Open a new tab so you aren't taken away from the stream. Click Videos, click on Uploads, and then select Upcoming Live Streams. And you'll see a great little button next to tomorrow's and Thursday's live streams. And if you click Notify Me, then again, you'll be notified when we go live. And you'll also be notified if you subscribe to us on YouTube. We also are encouraging everybody to get involved. You're going to do all of that through the chat box. I see a lot of people are throwing comments into it currently. Jump in right now. Please let us know where you're tuning in from. We are super keen to know, and I know we've got some stats coming for everybody as well. So jump into the chat box and let us know where you're watching from or if you have any questions. And be sure to use the emojis that are available to you. Let us know when you hear something you love from one of the speakers. We will be posting some polls here and there. Those will appear also and you can answer them directly within the chat box. Q&A. Some sessions will leave time for Q&A. We will be pulling all of those questions from the chat box as well. So anything you need and anything we need will really be centered around the chat box. Technical issues. Hopefully there will be very few. We've moved over to YouTube to streamline the whole festival and provide better access globally. But should you have any technical issues, however, please let us know. You can email us at marketing@alvanon.com. It's right on our website. You can find that email on the Tech Festival homepage at 3dtechfest.com as well. Recordings. Every session this year is being recorded. So not only hello to you that are watching live, but hello to everybody in the future that is tuning in, watching a session recording. All of this year's festival sessions are being recorded, and they will be uploaded to a session library that is behind a registration wall that many of you have already registered for, and that is again at 3dtechfest.com. In order to access those recordings, you must register and create an account in order to access the session library. Now, without any further ado, I'd like to go ahead and hand it off to your main host and MC for this festival, as well as the brains behind the 3D Tech Festival. She is the owner and CEO of Alvanon. Please, everybody, join me in welcoming Janice Wang.
I'm muted.
Janice, I think you're...
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. One would think that by this point we actually know how to do this. So, hello everyone. If you're here today, early this morning, post-lunch coma this afternoon in Europe, TV dinner watching in South Asia, or like me in East Asia, sitting in an empty office, can you see? Because I cannot fight my teenager for bandwidth at home. Thank you. Thank you for coming to join us, and please give us a shout out from where you're at in the comments section, because I kind of want to share with you some stats. This year, as of this evening, we had 4,600 registrations. 4,600 of you want to hear us speak. And right now, our composition of signups are, wait, have to check the other information. From the US, we have 43%. From Europe, we have a combined nearly 20%. China and Hong Kong, about 15% of you. Bangladesh, nearly 10%. Sri Lanka, 3%. India, 6%. What actually all these stats mean, and the reason why I'm shouting out to all of you, is that we were here to democratize 3D and fashion tech. And education is power. And as NBC puts it, the more you know, and if you know, and you're as old as me, okay? So I want to tell you why we run 3D Tech Fest for free. And it really is a work of chaotic passion, I would say. And anybody who's been waiting for the agenda would know that it is chaos. A lot of it's in my head, and you can see behind me on the board there how many times we've switched this thing around. But this is a bit of legacy that comes from my dad, Dr. Kenneth Wang, and every year we must actually shout him out. This is my dad. He, throughout his career, he championed technology and training, and so much so, okay, that he got an MBE, so Member of the British Empire, from the late governor, the governor, ex-governor, Chris Patten, and I'm sure that he wished it was the Queen. Actually, I wish it was the Queen, but I digress here. Anyway, it was for services to the industry. I actually found another photo of him when he was like probably first starting out in industry. And it's a really lovely old photo of all of these people who actually started the Hong Kong garment industry. And it was really, really nice to find. So we were teenagers when this happened, okay? And the one thing that he used to make us do, and this is forever etched in my mind, is he made us listen to business briefings in the car on a CD. And we were teenagers, and I'm sure all of you who have teenagers know that they're not particularly interested in things that you're interested in. And I guess these were kind of like the business podcasts of the day. And so we would be stuck in traffic and listening to all of this. And this 90s logo is forever etched in my memory. However, the content is not. And that's kind of what iterative learning is really like, right? We kind of layer all of these things one on top of another. And then one day, this one nugget of information, it solidifies as knowledge. And then suddenly it becomes insight. And you might not actually see it until maybe 20 years later, which is actually, in my view, why we've been doing this for a long time, right? It's really quite, you need that time for things to kind of sink. Now, we have never been in such a time where information is so widely available. And that's why we're streaming this on YouTube. I think we all have learned everything from YouTube, right? I've learned, well, my daughter just told me just now that, she learned about acrylic nails on YouTube. So I guess we all learn something. But what I mean is that the issue is that there's so much information available. And it's quite hard to know what you really need to know. So we've tried to curate it down to things that are useful, right? There's something for everyone here. Whether you're an executive or you're a manager or you're a 3D enthusiast, you're a CAD engineer, whether you're in buying or if you're in merchandising or product development or technical or quality assurance, manufacturing, we are all part of this fashion retail industry. And it kind of behooves us to understand more so that we can all play a part in the effort to be more sustainable and to be more efficient. Because every year what we've said is efficiency equals sustainability. So, my call of action to action for you. If in the next 3 days anything resonates with you and you think, hey, my lunch buddy from this other department in my organization, they might learn something from this, I'm going to ask you please to forward this to them. As Jordan has mentioned, it will be recorded. It will be kept on, on YouTube. And I think this has a longevity that is a little bit longer than this instant. But for all 272 of you who have tuned in to listen to our first 10 minutes of spiel, thank you again. So with this, I am going to cease my maternal nagging that all of us have to do homework. And I'm here to introduce you to my brother, the Chief Operating Officer of Alvanon, Jason Wang, who is the real tech visionary of this company. And he's also a gaming enthusiast who has beat me at every game since I was 5. But Jason is going to show you the Alvanon way. And all views represented here are not only his own, but also the ones of our company. So, hi, Jason. Take it away.
Hi, Janice. Hi, everyone, and welcome. Welcome to the 3rd annual 3D Tech Fest. So I'm going to jump right into it. This year's really been something, hasn't it? We've had crazy inflation, we have a recession looming, we have a war, and we have really real climate change issues all hanging over our heads at the same time. And to be honest, I'm pretty scared about it. And it's not very pretty at all. And we have a saying in Chinese, though, that where there's danger, there's opportunity. And I'd like to think that we as an industry are resilient and flexible enough to get out of this predicament. But what a predicament we are in. With consumers' appetite for discretionary spending going down, cost of goods going up, and brands really need to look into their product strategies to make sure they have the right products at the right price, at the right time, and in the right quantities. And this may all sound very, very basic, but this has not been the standard operating procedure for most brands in the past. Retailers have been chasing top-line revenue, and as such, clothing is produced in excess, with a lot of wastage in every aspect of the supply chain. And here's some food for thought. Since the last financial crisis in 2008, apparel production levels have increased by 250%. Meanwhile, the human population has only grown by 18%. So think about that for a little bit. That's a lot of wastage. The concept of degrowth, though, is not novel, but it's something that is being brought to the forefront today. The question for our industry is whether we can produce and sell less, yet be more profitable. And while we are doing that, can we actually be more sustainable and responsible to our planet by producing less waste? The answer to all of those questions should be yes. And it starts with placing an emphasis on devising mid to long-term plans that aim to solve operational inefficiencies. Implementing these strategies, however, is a complex task, but it can be achieved through building circular strategies for each key area, like production and sourcing, design and merchandising, etc. As all of you know, the area that Alvanon is focused on is fit and sizing. And here is a super simplistic view of the circular ecosystem that we are building. The cycle begins on the top right, with the brand using fit standards to build products that fit consistently. During our first 3D Tech Fest, we talked about building authentic or production-ready digital garments that map one-to-one to the physical products being sold. After all, we are not building digital clothing only for the metaverse or gaming right now. We are at the stage where revenue is still generated from selling real clothing in real life. The key reason why building authentic digital garments is a fundamental step is that it allows you to utilize your digital garments in different stages of the product lifecycle. The key to a successful digital product strategy is to build assets once, then leverage it many, many times. Therefore, it's critical that your digital product development is done with a production-ready mindset right from the beginning. In the last 3 years, we have seen a lot of our clients take this approach to build their digital pipeline. The problem is, though, is that while they are doing this for their core size, less than 20% of them have been using or use full-size set bodies to develop their full size range. So here again, I like to stress that building the core size right is only a fraction of the solution. If you simply rely on garment grade rules to develop your graded sizes, then you are not fully leveraging the power of 3D, and you'll be at a huge disadvantage in the near future. Developing digitally in full size ranges allows you to have reusable digital assets of every size that can be used in real-time virtual dressing room simulations or 3D garments for future metaverses. After all, the world is talking about inclusive sizing right now. And as such, building the full size range of digital garments allows you to communicate this commitment to your customers. A picture speaks 1,000 words, and I don't think I need to stress how important this is for building brand loyalty today. 3D has come a long way in the past few years, but it's also caused its fair share of issues along the way. In terms of avatars, designers want to use lifelike, realistic-looking fit models for their renderings, while the technical team needs to build production-ready garments on their fit standards. This has created huge inefficiencies in the product development process, since the underlying bodies that are being used are different. Technical designers are, in a lot of cases, actually forced to remake the garment from scratch to meet the production specifications. So in order to remedy this situation, we are officially launching our Alva model service this year, which leverages some of the latest technology to build lifelike textures on our Alvanon avatars. Here are some of the examples of different ethnicities and body types that we have developed. Here you can see the Caucasian, the African American, the Asian, and the Latina, and these are all built on their respective regional standard bodies. Of course, you or your designers may have a different idea on what your ideal fin model looks like. And our avatars are being able to be customized to your exact specification. Different looks and skins can also be applied on the same body, allowing for more flexibility and variation. We have also worked with our software partners to ensure that you can swap textures from the Alva form linen in the 3D program to the realistic human skin on the fly without the need to redrape the garment. So this would allow your design team to review garments on the desired fit models and allow your marketing team to post beautiful renderings of your digital garments without sacrificing fit and sizing consistency. And since I really want to drive this point home, yes, draping and visualization on realistic full-size sets is possible, and frankly, very important for your designers to get a good read on how the garment looks and fits when it's graded. So going back to the earlier ecosystem image, this next part focuses on our customers and recognizes the pivotal role they must play in the ecosystem. How can we leverage digital garments with our customer base to not only incentivize them to buy our products, but also gather important fit and sizing feedback so we can improve our future product offering? Virtual dressing rooms, fit and sizing apps, and other types of solutions have been out there in the market for quite some time. The question remains is why has the adoption been slow, and why are there no major players in the industry today? To answer that, let's take a look at the current situation. Firstly, there are many exciting technologies that allow the customer to try on virtual garments today. And let's call this genre virtual try-on technology. Like the app shown here, they allow consumers to get a good idea whether or not they like the style, the color, and other features of the garment. While this is extremely powerful, it does not address the size of the garment or how that garment is actually going to fit on the customer. This actually may create a false expectation with the customer and increase your returns. So enter the second part of the riddle, fit and sizing recommendation technology. Again, there are many of these apps in the market today, like our own beta app shown here. While they do provide sizing and fit advice, they are usually an afterthought for consumers. After all, consumers are at first drawn to the style and look of the garment, while sizing and fit is the last decision before they make a purchase. The key to a successful solution, then, is to create a synergy between these two technologies, effectively bridging the showroom and the changing rooms virtually. The advent of a true all-in-one solution will hinge on a few key things happening. Firstly, brands will need to have a digital production creation pipeline and a library of authentic digital garments. Secondly, technology for predicting and building consumer digital avatars will need to be more accurate and much simpler to use in order for mass adoption. Finally, and probably most importantly, we will need to have enough computing power and faster algorithms to perform real-time simulations of digital garments on the consumer avatars. If all three of these conditions are met, a true virtual dressing room can be achieved. At Alvanon, we believe that we can help the industry in accelerating this development. We have spent the last 20 years gathering a lot of body data around the world, and we have been using this data to help over 2,000 brands build more than 10,000 fit standards that are being used daily to build product. At the same time, we have developed our own sizing standards for different regions around the world, including North America, Europe, China, etc. All of this data, as well as all of the body data that we have gathered through different scanning projects, is being used to drive our Alvanon Body Engine. The Alvanon Body Engine is a back-end service that will be able to assist current and future sizing and fit technologies in two ways. Firstly, it houses our proprietary machine learning body AI, representing different ethnicities and genders. And secondly, it houses the fit standards for different brands, like our ABP, which allows existing sizing apps to match their generated consumer avatars or measurements to the exact fit standards that the brands use. Since we are able to use the same 3D mesh topology that we use to build the brand's fit standards, we will be able to perform a vertice-to-vertice comparison to accurately predict and recommend the correct fit and size to the consumer. This service will significantly reduce the amount of integration work to get the correct sizing results and the accuracy of the recommendation will improve over time as brands adopt full-size sets during their production development cycle. So if you want to match your clothing to your consumers accurately in the future, you must adopt full-size set avatars. The Alvenon Body Engine is meant to complement what is already in the market. So like our Alvenon Body platform, we want to collaborate with current fit and sizing recommendation apps to provide a simpler solution for the fashion industry. We expect to launch this in 2023. The use of consumer-facing fit technology allows you to have a feedback loop about the sizing and body information of your customers. This data is analyzed and could be immediately applied as recommendations to improve or better your current fit standards. If your brand is already using an existing sizing recommendation solution, ask yourself this question: how much of the collected sizing data, if any, is actually integrated into developing a better sizing assortment or used to improve your current fit standards? For example, if the data is indicating that there is an opportunity for one more size on the larger end of your size range, are your product development teams able to take advantage of this and execute on it? This is where we can go back to our ecosystem. Gathering data is one thing, but being able to apply and act on the conclusions of this data requires a strategy and a pathway. What we need in today's world is simply less words, more action. The simplistic pathway we are presenting here is just one of those possibilities. This feedback and implementation loop allows for constant improvement of your fit and sizing using current and relevant customer information. And it will allow you to make informed decisions on how and where to improve your fit and sizing mix, while also allowing you to more accurately predict the appropriate volume to produce for each size without relying on gut instincts. As an industry, we simply can't keep making more of the wrong stuff. I'd like to end this presentation today by quoting what Rahm Emanuel said once: "You never let a serious crisis go to waste." And what I mean by that is that it's an opportunity to do things you think you could not have done before. After all, we as an industry need to adapt to survive. And the days of huge production volumes and huge wastage are simply over. It's time to adjust to a more sustainable and profitable, albeit smaller industry. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy the 3D Tech Fest.
Yet again, that happened. Thank you so much, Jason. As you can tell, I mean, like, some of our clients actually get to see some of the work that we've been actually doing in the background for a very long time. One of the big questions actually that somebody has asked me is like, how long have we actually been working on this parametric avatar? And what did we have to do in order to get all of this done correctly? Because we actually had to take a look at some of the data sets and really examine some of the work that we had done previously.
Sorry, can you ask? Sorry, I couldn't hear that, Janice.
Oh, sorry.
Can you ask that one more time? Sorry.
One of the questions that we've actually got is, what did it take for us to build all of? We've had 10,000, body standards made. How did we try and make some of those bodies? And how did we rebuild what we call our Alvenon Body Engine? Because we had to do some really, you and your team had to do some really hard work to actually get there.
Yeah, so I think the one thing that we do here at Alvanon is, we try to make sure that we have very good what we call ground truth data. And ground truth data is the data that you use to build the underlying AI, the body AI that runs our Alvanon body engine. And what we did is we didn't only just take scans that we took during our scanning projects and during a lot of the data that we actually cooperated to get. We didn't only use those scans. We actually went and rebuilt every single body. So imagine this, we had our 3D modelers actually rebuild every single body of that data to make them work. So in other words, all of the 3D meshes of those underlying bodies that we have that go into the body AI has the same 3D mesh, has the same points of reference. So for example, the shoulder point, the high point shoulder, the apex point, they're all in exactly the same vertice. So when we're doing a comparison, what happens is you are able to match apples to apples. So you don't have a scenario where, oh, you know what, I have this scan data. Oh, it's looking like this lady has a very high haircut, very big hair, right? So how tall is she, right? Really, and you have to, and you're using an algorithm basically to figure out, okay, well maybe on average it should be 2 inches shorter or 1 inch shorter. For us, no, none of that guesswork comes into play because we rebuilt those bodies.
Which is actually, something that I think that a lot of people don't know because, sometimes we're probably not very vocal about some of the, hard work that the teams have done over the past 2 years, especially during COVID, right? I mean, we took that opportunity to do some of those things. You really tasked those teams to actually, work on a methodology, and it's really all kudos to them to actually get to the output that they got to, using the time very, very wisely and changing the whole kind of the digital back end of what our company was built on. So with that, I want to just thank you, and I hope that you feel better and enjoy the show.
Thanks, Janice. Thank you, everyone.
See you later. So, some of the things that actually Jason talked about was degrowth, and really one of those, it's been one of those big questions that we've been thinking about since 2011. We came out of the financial crisis thinking, oh, the industry will actually be able to tie this idea of size assortment to an idea of of sustainability. I mean, because we came from the manufacturing industry, we actually have seen all this waste in the past. And there was a very interesting conversation that I was having with Jason Mitchell of the Man Group one day, and he was actually saying to me, is it because this industry is like the coal industry, and you got really, really efficient at what you did as a manufacturing industry? And that's exactly true, is that we managed to, as an industry, break down everything into little parts. We pretty much we devised, it was a division of labor upon everything, and all of that division of labor went to cheaper and cheaper cost bases. But what it actually didn't do is, we never really kind of thought about, well, actually, how do we, because things were easy and we were doing it well, we didn't actually think what would happen if one day it was taken away. And I think we see this with coming out of the COVID crisis and straight into another financial crisis, is that, we're in a time where we actually really have to rethink the ways that we do things. And Jason has shown one of the things that we've actually been trying to advocate for years. And just a little kind of teaser for day 3. Definitely come and see the last conversation that ends out 3D Tech Fest. And I think a lot of the culmination of everything will actually come to the forefront of all the things that actually Jason's talking about, but as well as some of the other speakers that we have on today. Today's going to be a very interesting day because actually what I tried to do was with our teams is try and figure out, what were the things that were important to you. And one of the things actually that came out, and we heard it a lot, was this idea of AI. And, throughout this time period, or actually what things that we've been thinking about is, well, one thing is, the machine. And one things are the humans that build the machine. And then how do we actually kind of like bash them together and make a better kind of operating system where we're actually functioning on all of these different bits of information that actually that we can't compute quickly, but a machine can. Part of this is, you've seen some of the things that came out of the AI when actually they do AI art, and I know that there was an AI art that actually won. And what we tried to do is in the next 3 sessions that you hear about, you're going to hear Chris Ferreira talk about kind of the case of how they're going to make a better algorithm. After that, we're actually going to talk with Yella about kind of how do you use this stylized algorithm to actually make some really hyper-personalized recommendations. And then right after that, we're going to talk with 7th Online and understand, how do you take all of this disparate data that you have in all of these different places, and how do you trust the machine to make various better recommendations for your buyings. So how earlier I actually said, please would you, if you see that something's resonating with you if you heard something that is resonating, please pass it on. Well, this next section, if you're in product development, right, I am sure at some point you have had a conversation with your buying teams. I'm sure that your merchants have told you, no, that's never going to sell. It's just never going to sell. Please make me something else. This kind of discussion happens all the time. So as we'd said before, if you think that some of this resonates with you, the next 3 sessions are really one that actually could be passed on to buying and merchandising, as well as also actually anybody who's interested in data analysis. So with that, some of the things we have coming up is I have the luxury of introducing the next speaker because I've heard her speech a couple of times. And I want to give you a little bit of the background of kind of how we met. It was 2017, and the only reason why I know it's 2017 is because on my mess of a table is like this notepad that I haven't finished using yet, which reminded me that it was 2017. It was at Harvard Business School, and it was at a COA conference. So about a decade ago, I was invited by my mentor, Mr. Edwin Kay, to join a conference which he said is not for everybody because you actually have to think. And it's called the Consortium for Operational Efficiencies in Retail. Oh, sorry, the Consortium for Operational Excellence in Retail. And it's a culmination of work that's come over like 30-something years of retail practitioners. And one of the things that actually happens is that you get to sit in a very big hall between 1 year it's at Harvard and 1 year it's at Wharton. And basically you get to be really, really scared because you get cold called. And for some of you who didn't know, I never got to go to business school, right? So I'm kind of living vicariously yearly through these experiences that I get to go to. And for the past 3 years, it's been online, which actually has been a little bit better for me because that means I get to be with my my tweens and my tween and teenager. And as you all know, kind of teens and tweens and teenagers are a total other ball of wax. But I digress yet again. But one of the things that actually, the amazing thing that I got to do was I got to meet Chris Ferreira. And Brooke is going to bring up Chris. She was working. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. And at the time, I think in 2017, you were working on a body of work that was really interesting. It was about the first startup point with AI and humans and some operational differences that they had, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But this year at COER, Chris actually managed to show us a case that was really close to kind of our heart, and I looked and I thought, wait, there's a whole other there's so many more people that need to hear about this case, and actually maybe they'll be able to help you. So with that, I let Chris talk about her case, and we'll have a chat afterwards.
Awesome.
Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Janice. I really appreciate it. Can you guys hear me okay? I assume so. So I'll just keep going unless anyone has any issues. Thanks so much. It's a great honor to be here. Like Janice said, we met several years ago. And after my presentation in this core conference this year, like she said, thought it would be good to bring in a wider audience. And I would be happy to do so. I'm going to be talking about algorithms. Thanks for bringing up the slides. Algorithms that are used as what I call like decision support systems. So algorithms that give recommendations to human decision makers that have to decide if and how they're going to use these algorithms to improve their decisions. Now, this is relatively new research that I've been working on for the last decade or more. I've primarily been the one designing new algorithms and implementing them at retailers. Here and now, for the foreseeable future, I'm going to be working on how users actually use these algorithms. So I'll talk a bit more about this new kind of research stream that I've been focused on. And at the end, I'll do kind of a shameless plug for potential collaboration opportunities if there's anybody in the virtual room here who might be interested in working together and chatting more about this. So let me, walk through some slides as an example. So again, talking about algorithms broadly as decision support systems, and just to help with this conversation, I just want to follow through like one particular example. So we have something super concrete. So we'll be talking about Makeda, who is a merchandiser buyer at a retail chain. This is one of her many stores that she has for part of her role. And part of her role for a couple of categories is that of seasonal demand prediction. And so I'm sure many of you guys on the call are well aware of this problem. But for those that might not be, and just so that we're all on the same page, think about Makeda having a whole bunch of styles, such as these 5 that are shown up here that are going live next season. They haven't been sold yet, and she has to decide or come up with a forecast, a demand prediction for each of these 5 styles. And so maybe these are her demand predictions here. Now, how does Makeda actually make these demand predictions? Well, she has lots of data and kind of history available to her, even though she's never sold, say, this dress before. So she knows some attributes about this dress. She knows that it's women's clothing. It's a dress that has a collar, button closure, price, color, you name it. And she also has additional information about, say, this dress or how consumers might receive or perceive this dress. Maybe it comes from social media. Maybe it comes from, Jada Pinkett Smith walking down the runway with this other green dress on. And she has to kind of use all of this information and kind of her gut, her intuition to determine what her demand prediction is going to be for this dress. And so that's what she does for a whole bunch of different styles. And here are her forecasts, again, before the season starts. Fast forward, end of the season, she can actually realize what the actual demand was for each of these styles. Hopefully you guys can see my cursor. And you can essentially get some kind of performance metric, or probably lots of performance metrics that compare how accurate her predictions were, her forecasts were. So here at the bottom, I have RMSE. That's just one such metric, root mean squared error. It doesn't matter what it means. It's basically saying like how accurate her forecasts were for this category of products for the season. Now, as I'm sure many of you are aware, a lot of companies have recently been using data and analytics and really algorithms, often called decision support systems, to help Makeda make these demand predictions, or make, the algorithms are making recommendations for what these, say, predictions are. And so you could think, not only do we have Makeda's forecast at the beginning of the season, but we also have the algorithm's forecast for each of the styles at the beginning of the season. And just like we compared Makeda's forecast to the actual demand, and after the end of the season after the season was over and got a measure of her performance accuracy, you could do the same thing for an algorithm. And here we have the performance accuracy is a little bit better than Makeda's performance accuracy. And oftentimes these algorithms, kind of the algorithm versus the human, Makeda in this case, are kind of pitted against each other and evaluated against each other in terms of what I often call like a horse race, right? And typically with more and more data and better algorithms over the past many years, algorithms often in aggregate outperform the human's forecast ability. Now, one main goal of my research and what I really believe is that in a lot of cases, demand prediction being one of them, is that we can actually do better. We can do better than Makeda's forecast alone without the algorithm. We can do better than the algorithm's forecast. And what I want to see, and I think what a lot of companies are trying to accomplish, is adding a third horse to the race, if you will, which is Makeda's algorithm-informed forecast. So giving Makeda access to an algorithm before the season starts that will give her these demand predictions here, give her the algorithm's forecast. So she would know for this first product, the algorithm's forecast is 2,900, et cetera. And allow Makeda to then somehow decide either which one she should follow, her own belief, 2,700 or 2,900, or maybe it's not choosing one or the other. Maybe it's taking some combination of the two. The challenge is this is really hard to do. Sure, when we look at these numbers at the end of the season, we can say, all right, Makeda should have used algorithm's forecast for the first product. The algorithm's forecast for the second product, they're closer to the actual demand. But then you look at the third product and you say, oh, well, in hindsight, Makeda definitely should have gone with her own forecast for that third product. It was much closer to the actual demand than the algorithm's forecast was. Right? So in aggregate, typically you have the algorithm performing better, but there's a lot of cases where Makeda can outperform the algorithm. The question is, how do you help Makeda know at the beginning of the season when she should be trusting her gut versus when she should be going with the algorithm, or how she should use kind of both in tandem here? And so to try to start uncovering this and understanding this, let's focus on this third product here, where Makeda actually really outperformed the algorithm, right? So for this shirt, Makeda's forecast was much closer to the actual demand than the algorithm's forecast was. So why was Makeda more accurate relative to the algorithm at forecasting demand for this particular product? Well, Makeda is an expert in the industry, watches a lot of the fashion blogs, and so she's seeing headlines like this before the season starts. It looks like the millennial aesthetic is finally officially over. Millennial pink is over. All hail Gen Z green. Why green is the new millennial pink? Someone like me or an algorithm has no idea this is going on, but Makeda does. That's why she's a merchandiser or buyer and not myself. And so she was able to spot, because of these headlines, she was able to spot that the algorithm's forecast is going to be way inflated compared to what actual demand was, and she makes the better forecast. All right. The key difference here, and the way that I tend to think about it, is this distinction between what's often called in the academic space as public versus private information. Now, public information over on the left-hand side of the screen is information that's observed by both the human, so Makeda, and the algorithm. So think about it as data that the algorithm has access to. Whereas the data that is on the right side of the screen for this particular algorithm is called private information. It's only observed by Makeda, just the human. The algorithm doesn't have access to this information. Now, the distinction of public and private information depends on the algorithm. Some algorithms might take in as input some social media data, then it would be considered public information. On the flip side, color is up here. I've worked with enough retailers to know that color is usually poorly tracked in systems. And so color might not be an available attribute for an algorithm to use. So maybe that's over in the private information bucket. The main distinction here to think about is what information does the algorithm use as inputs compared to what information does Makeda or the human have that the algorithm doesn't. Now, the key question here, and really what my research focus is on, so there's two really that I'm thinking of. One is, how do humans with access to an algorithm's recommendations, like Makeda had, how do they actually make their decisions? And in order to answer this question, clearly we have to digitize so that we can measure human performance and help improve it. So I've had some conversations with Janice on this. And then ultimately, how can we help humans do better, right? So if you think about this public and private information distinction, how can we help humans recognize when they have valuable private information and how they should adjust an algorithm's recommendations based on that private information? So just a few more slides here. I want to share some, I call them preliminary results, because these are some big research questions here that we've only started to kind of dive into and uncover. So I'll share some preliminary results and happy to stay in touch moving forward for those interested. And my hope will be to uncover and answer these questions even better in the future. So just for one example of some results here along these lines. So think about kind of decision makers like your Makeda that occasionally has valuable private information that the algorithm doesn't have access to. So sticking with the same example, here we have, Jada Pinkett Smith walking down the runway at the Oscars in this dress. This dress hit the news certainly the next day for good and bad reasons. Now the buyers, the decision makers, have a hard time, what we find in our research, I should say, is they have a hard time identifying when this type of information is valuable, and they don't adjust the algorithmic recommendations or the algorithmic predictions appropriately. So let me put this in terms of pictures here. If you look on the left side, one could argue that these items, so the shirt and this dress, are arguably, at least in my eye, a whole lot more similar, kind of have similarities with this dress than these two items do, which appear to be not similar at all. What we find in our research is that buyers, when they're making demand predictions, they under-adjust when their private information is valuable. So the algorithm gives them a demand prediction. They should be adjusting that prediction a lot, right? In this case, because they have valuable information, valuable private information. The algorithm didn't see this dress. The buyers have this valuable private information, but they're not changing the algorithm's recommendation much. They're not adjusting for it. And on the flip side, for these kind of products that are totally unrelated to their private information, you can argue they don't have much private information that's kind of beneficial compared to what the algorithm already has available to it. What we find in this case is that the buyers are actually over adjusting the algorithm's recommendation when this private information is not valuable. So kind of making errors on both sides, under adjusting when they should be adjusting a lot, over adjusting when they shouldn't be adjusting these recommendations very much. The question is kind of why? What are people doing here? So what we find in our research is that people tend to have what we're calling this bias towards naive advice weighting. So let me describe what I mean here. You can see in this little silly picture where we have this algorithm's forecast up here as the star, Makeda's forecast down here is her initial forecast before she sees what the algorithm's recommendation is. And typically what we find is that these folks are just taking an average of the two. So they're saying, all right, the algorithm's forecast is, 200. My forecast is 100. I'm going to go somewhere in between 100 and 200. That's my yellow flag is my final forecast. That's all this formula is saying here. Hopefully, Janice, I'm not making you think too hard on this. And then, so what we find is we have used the humans use aggregate past performance to decide what this, well, we have lambda in our equation here, which is the average, basically how much weight to put on the algorithm versus how much weight to put on their initial forecast, where this yellow flag should fall along this line, right? So should we be really close to the algorithm's forecast? Should we be really close to the initial forecast here? And people are applying this kind of constant weight, the same lambda. So for every product, they're using the same weight on the algorithm's forecasts versus their own forecast, regardless of whether they have valuable private information. What they should be doing is they should be changing where that flag lies on this line based on how valuable their private information is. If they have very valuable private information that the algorithm doesn't have access to, the algorithm's probably not going to give good forecasts, and the flag should be down here, right? So they should be putting more weight on their own beliefs, their own forecast, their own intuition, right, than the algorithms in that case. When they don't have any valuable private information, they should be putting a lot more weight on the algorithm's forecasts. Again, we're finding that people just take the same average, put the same weight regardless of the value of their private information. So how can we help humans do better? In other words, how can we help them mitigate this naive advice weighting behavior that I just described on the previous slide? And ultimately, how can a decision support system help humans identify and account for private information, even when the system doesn't know what that private information is, right? So you can't say, as an algorithm or as a decision support system, here's, Jada Pinkett Smith's photo here. This is your private information. The algorithm doesn't have access to that. It has no idea that someone walked down the runway in this dress the night before. You're trying to make these predictions, right? And so what we find is that what we're calling feature transparency, that's simply specifying which features or which inputs are used by the algorithm. So basically specifying the list of public information that the algorithm uses. We're finding that helps a lot. It really mitigates this naive advice weighting behavior and significantly improves how these humans, how Makeda can use the algorithm. So we're saying, look, even if you don't know what the inner workings of the algorithm is, maybe it's some fancy pants algorithm that your data scientists have developed, you don't understand the inner workings. If you just give the users of that algorithm, the Makedas in this case, if you just tell them, here's the inputs to the algorithm, they're able to use that algorithm much better than if you simply give the algorithm to them essentially as a black box, not telling them what the inputs are, not telling them what goes on inside it, etc. So even just sharing the inputs is incredibly important here. All right, so with that, and before I turn it back over to Janice to hear her thoughts on this, I wanted to share and kind of have a slight pitch here for a potential research collaboration. So if any of this was really interesting to you, you're struggling within your organization on how to deploy and use algorithmic recommendations in your decision-making processes, would love to hear from you. The objective that I have in mind for such a collaboration is how can we improve the use of algorithmic recommendations in practice, just like we talked about throughout this presentation. The key criteria of an algorithm, so if you're thinking like, I'm not sure if this algorithm fits or not, these are the things I'm looking for in terms of a collaboration that would work from a research perspective. So I'm looking for a machine learning component. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. It could be a simple kind of linear regression. Basically, I need something that's predictive or subjective in mind. So it's making, the algorithm making demand predictions. It doesn't know what demand is actually going to be. It's subjective. The other key criteria is that there's multiple users, each with an ability to override an algorithmic recommendation. So you have many Makedas within the organization using that same algorithm. And the methodology would essentially be a field experiment. So where the algorithm or the training of the algorithm is rolled out to users in different ways, trying to understand, using that as a way to understand kind of what works best in terms of getting users to best use the algorithm. Not necessarily adhere to the algorithm. There's good reasons why users should sometimes override or adjust algorithmic recommendations, but rather measuring on kind of business performance metrics. And if interested, here's my email address, and I'll share that on the next slide as well, which is just the end. So thanks so much for listening to me. Janice, let me turn it back over to you. Would love to hear your thoughts. Happy to take questions too.
Hi. Okay, so for all of you who are watching inside this YouTube stream, we've decided that we're going to cold call you because, well, you know, a lot of you will have gotten lost when Chris started talking about how she actually wrote the algorithm and the math, because that's whenever I went to the COA conference, that was the point at which I was like, no, I can't do this. I can't do this. So we have a poll question for you all. And the poll question is coming up on the screen at some point in time. Wait, I remember. Oh, yes. Do you think that you can predict demand better than a computer? It's a yes or no question. We have 338 people on. You know, I know that you can answer this. Okay. Do you think you can predict demand better than a computer? It's a yes/no question. Anyway, while we're doing that, right, Chris and I are going to talk about some other questions that we actually got when we were thinking about why this actually is, and some of the research that you've previously done, as we talked about earlier, was about humans and the AI. And what is it that when you come into contact with corporations, and then everybody's like, I'm not doing this, I'm not using this thing. Where do you see the biggest struggles in some of the corporations that you've worked with?
Yeah, it's funny. I think when I started down this type of research path. So again, I think I mentioned it briefly earlier, which is I really started. So my background is in applied math. So I primarily started in developing algorithms like demand prediction algorithms and trying to roll them out to companies. I think at the time, a lot of companies, a lot of retailers, so this was it's like about 10 years ago when I started, 2012 or so. There was a lot to do in terms of convincing retailers that such algorithmic work could be valuable in helping make decisions. I think more recently, over the past few years, I think a lot of companies, at least the sense I get is believe in the retail industry, do believe that algorithms could be valuable. And a lot of companies have invested heavily in digital transformation, data and analytics, trying to develop algorithms, deploy algorithms. But the sense that I get now, and there's been some other research on this too, is that a lot of folks haven't reaped the benefits that they expected to from deploying algorithms, particularly like the ones I spoke about today, as decision support systems that are giving recommendations to humans to then make decisions. And I think there's a few reasons for this. I think first and foremost, it was an issue 10 years ago. It's still an issue today, is getting good quality data. So from a technical perspective, capturing the color green as, GREEN, GRENE, GRN, different shades of green. How does that all kind of, how is that all captured in your system? Is it in a usable format for an algorithm? Is a lot easier said than done. I think beyond the technical issue, the biggest issue that I've seen so far has been a cultural issue. I think, put yourself in the shoes of Makeda. Maybe some of you guys are buyers or merchandisers who are on the call. Put yourself in the shoes of Makeda. You've been doing this job for years. you're really good at it. That's why you've been continued to be promoted. You continue to stay in this realm. Yet now you have data scientists coming in and saying, hey, we have an algorithm that can do better than you. And as I said before, on average or in aggregate, typically we are seeing algorithms perform quite well. However, the Makedas of the world still have a lot of valuable information and valuable assets to bring to the table that an algorithm simply can't capture. At least that's in my opinion. This is coming from a data science nerd. But I feel like that understanding from Makeda, and maybe how it's pitched by companies, is saying you should use this algorithm, is often taken as like the algorithm is going to do better than me. And so I fear for my job or fear for this role. I don't understand the algorithm. I don't know how to use it. I have a pushback or an aversion against kind of changing the way I work, thinking that I'm no longer going to be needed as much. So I think a lot of education needs to be done to, and perhaps, changing the pitch, changing the message to these users like a Makeda to say, you are really valuable. We think that this can help you as well. But there's things that you bring to the table that an algorithm can't do. And so how, the story needs to change to how can we actually help you better use the algorithm? And so I think the third challenge is, where I see even more challenge in the future, and why I'm doing research, as I described today, is even with cultural issues aside, so we get over the cultural hump, it's still difficult for these users to be able to best use the algorithm, to understand what value they bring, to be able to know when they should trust their gut versus trust the algorithm. So that's the type of work that I'm doing now, is trying to tackle the, once we have Makeda bought into saying like, all right, I should do something with this algorithm, we need to help Makeda figure out how to best use it. So that was a very long answer to your question, Janice, but hopefully that's helpful. There's a lot of challenges, I suppose, should be the punchline there.
And you know what? It's with every new system, there's always a ton of challenges, right? I was thinking about your technical challenge on that. We can't even get, for instance, when you actually write a tech pack together, a common answer for green. Is it moss green? My first job ever was to name all of the pinks in the color cards.
I don't think I knew that. Oh, Lord. Yeah.
And honestly, try explaining, to a manufacturer, because I was the intern, right, in the design studio from a manufacturing background. How do I explain what baby's breath pink is versus fuchsia? Okay. That, plus that we haven't got actually even our spectrometers all aligned. The technical side is hard. However, that's not to say that we shouldn't do it. And that's part of the cultural aspect, I think, that a lot of corporations have to kind of embrace. That these corporations, right? You've been doing things okay for a while. So then, you know what? But some of them are still doing the same things that were done in like Rachel from Friends was doing. Her job is the same, with we're nearly 30 years since that day. She's changed, let alone the job description, right?
Yeah.
So from the poll, we have, do you think you can predict demand better than computer? 32% say yes. 68% say no. But still, 32% said yes, right? So that's actually part of the thing that, either the data that's inside there is not actually making the algorithm good enough, or we've got, buyers who already, this private information that buyers actually have, or people actually have, really know, are very strong.
Yep.
So we also have another poll question actually up for the audience, since we've got you up anyway. Are you scared that AI can replace your job or role in the future? And it's another yes or no question. Please, will you answer the thing? Because this is very valuable information to us. I know that you're now just a percentage point as a viewer, but I think it goes to the cultural thing, right? I'm sure that when you actually talked with executives, right, their big challenge is the training aspect. Because first I've got to convince you that you're not so great. I can help you with your job by giving you something, but then I've also got to train you on it, on something that I have no idea because it's done by somebody who's really great at applied maths like you. And that's some of the issue that I think we're faced with, right?
Yeah. Totally.
Do you have any advice to executives who are listening in on, how to maybe cross some of that barrier? I mean, I know that you talked a little bit about making sure that is there anything in your work that states, are there good case studies they can go read? Let's just be more frank about it.
I could talk for ages on this. I'm happy to give maybe a couple of kind of concrete recommendations. I think for one, when possible, and this isn't always possible, but when possible, bring the users, the who will be the users, right, Makeda's, along on the journey from the very beginning in terms of developing an algorithm that they're going to be asked to use. It's not always possible, but if you're developing, say, an in-house demand prediction tool, or even if you're working with an external consultant on a demand prediction tool, have a handful of those users on kind of the core project team, or at a minimum, ask them for their input early on throughout the process. This helps in a couple of ways. First of all, it actually helps improve the algorithm, right? It's the users that typically know some type of information or something about the data that a data scientist doesn't know. They don't have that kind of domain expertise that the user would have. So it can certainly improve the algorithm to bring them along early. And it can also improve their buy-in and their understanding of kind of how they're valuable in the process. So I certainly think that's helpful. I think, and perhaps this is a biased answer, I think a big part of it is trying to help the users understand, and in the company, I guess it goes beyond just the users, but help kind of culturally understand that there's benefits that algorithms can bring. Namely, algorithms are much better than humans at taking long lists of data that are very quantifiable and processing through that data. And then there's things that humans are way better at than algorithms, which is understanding kind of nuances, understanding trends and changes in the industry, to the customer base, et cetera, understanding kind of all the private information that they have access to that the algorithm doesn't. So kind of understanding and helping the employees understand, the users understand, here's the value that algorithms bring. Here's kind of the science, the data and analytics, and here's the art that the humans bring to the process. Here's kind of the experience, the intuition, the art that's valuable and where it's valuable. And I think having folks understand what their role is, that a lot of times their role hasn't changed much, but the algorithm is just there to help them. In the case of these decision support systems, I think can be very valuable, as opposed to pitching as a horse race between kind of the algorithm is outperforming you, you should listen to it. That tends not to go over well.
And that is the most concrete piece of advice that actually we received. And thank you so much for today. Thank you for actually expanding our learning capabilities here. And also, I think everything that what you've just said is exactly the same concept that we actually bring when it came to 3D and to patent making and to product development. So actually, there's a cultural element that is quite universal within companies, and part of this we've actually got to get executives and HR and users and employees aligned. So with that, I want to thank you very much for all of your time.
Thank you, Janice. I really appreciate it. Always a pleasure. Thanks everyone for listening.
Thank you.
Thanks, Janice.
So up next. Okay, now that you've heard that, now that 17% of you are actually scared that your job's going to be taken by AI, but 82% of you say no, a computer will never take my job. Thank you for bringing confidence and hearing what Chris has to say, that the computer not going to take your job as long as we make sure that it doesn't. And with that, I actually bring up Jelle. Jelle has this really fantastic system that actually helps a lot of people to understand hyper-personalization. And he does use an AI, and he's going to show you how some of it works. But afterwards, also, Jelle and I are going to talk about some of the new things that they're actually working on. So take it away, Jelle.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much. Also, thanks a lot for allowing me to talk about something I'm really, really passionate about, which is personalization. To me, personalization has really to do with people in the end. I think design, whether it's fashion or eyewear or footwear, it is in the end, it's about people. And I think that with the way we develop our systems, the way we develop technology, maybe we should rethink a little bit about what we're doing, because I don't think in the common way we approach things that we fully will grasp end consumers. And if you want to do personalization, you do need to understand consumers. So let me take you first into a consumer perspective. I'm not sure who of you is wearing eyewear, but I assume some of you, and I think most of you also have had the experience of buying a frame. And buying a frame is not that easy. There are many choices to make. Whether you're in the store, you have hundreds of frames that you can try. Whether you're online, there are also 100 at least frames that you can try out. Trying online is a little bit more difficult. Thankfully, there are also virtual try-on solutions. But there is something missing. Where you in the store can often rely on a styling consultant, I believe that this is something really difficult. So keep on trying. What fits with me? Does it fit with my face? Does it fit with my budget? Is it trendy enough? Does my girlfriend like it? And so on. So from a user perspective, quite difficult to get started. And I believe that personalization can help consumers better understand what fits with them, both on a fitting level, but also on a aesthetical level. And I think it's not just good for the consumer, it is also good for brands and retailers. So for us, personalization is supposed to bring efficiency and a sustainable future. Efficiency in a way that we can better recommend frames online specifically. A lot of people have to be going to the website in order to buy something. About 1 to 3% of people actually buy a frame. In the store, it's a little bit higher, but also quite low sales conversions. At the same time, we see often whether it's fashion or eyewear, a lot of brands that struggle with the indirect relation that they have with the customers. What I mean with that is that there are quite a lot of big players out there, let's say TikTok, Instagram, Zalando, Amazon, major IT players that can be used as a channel for sales. Sales that will definitely generate sales. So it's good for the brand, but on the other hand, the end consumer is only better understood by those IT companies, by those IT giants. A huge challenge we face online is high product return rates, depending on the category, 30 to 60%. Even in eyewear, what we've been working with a lot, we see high return rates, and a lot of that is because of sizing, and unfortunately, landfills are being filled, and unfortunately, products are being burned, even in eyewear. Part of that is because of a limited understanding of consumer behaviors. AI might be able to help with this, specifically if it comes to personalization. So understanding the product, recommending a product, and making sure that the consumer buys the right product rather than a wrong one that he or she will return. I believe you had a pretty damn good introduction into AI just before this, but I just want to take you to the AI 101 principle. There's data, there's this big black magical box that does pattern recognition, some simulations, and then will automatically make some decisions. Important here is that there is a feedback loop. So we learn from our data and we get better and better and better. The idea is that the output of an AI can be used for detection, validation, prediction, and even generation of products. In other words, AI promises to help solve problems, learn, plan, even understand us, and for 13% that is afraid of us, do things for us. I don't think we're there yet, because there are some pitfalls, some caveats that I believe hold us back from, or hold AI back from taking us over. So just to make a little bit of a comparison, there is a big difference. AI never sleeps. We do. AI does deal with big data, a lot of big data sets. We don't have that capability that well. AI keeps on learning, and at a certain age, there's not so much that you can capture anymore, even though I try to learn and keep on learning. But in general, AI is very objective, whereas we are more subjective, efficiency focused, rather we are experience focused. AI really goes well over structured data, metrical, programmed, very predictable data, whereas we as humans are better at dealing with relational, holistic, experiential data. So in order to overcome that, I think in order to make really good personalization, I think we need to find AI in a way that it can reunite with human intelligence. And the last point I would like to point out, and I will give a few examples later, is that AI can be quite biased, and it's not because the AI is biased in itself, but considering the previous image, in order for an AI to decide what is good, what is bad, we have to feed it, and we as humans often feed it. So that's the reason why those systems are sometimes quite biased. So I think it's our role as people to make sure that algorithms are not biased. So what we see a lot in personalization is that we recommend consumers something that other people also liked. And this is often based on demographics and technographics conversations. So we look at gender, we look at age, we find someone with the same gender, with the same age, from the same location, from the same title, similar marital status, proxies that will put people into a bucket. Conversational, a little bit more about what kind of keywords is someone searching for. So you get a little bit more depth, but specifically look at the demographics, it is quite limited. That's probably the last time I will use this example, but on the left, we see someone with the same age as the one on the right. They are both Prince of Wales, at least one was Prince of Wales, and the other one is Prince of Darkness. They have a similar income, they live in the same kind of area up till now. In other words, if you look from a demographic perspective, they are quite similar. If you look at them and you would buy them, or if you recommend them some clothing or eyewear, that is probably not the case. So we think it's important not to just look at demographics, but really try to understand people on a desire level. We've been talking about color before, and I think that if I ask this to our data scientists, they either come back with me, what is the color of this shirt? They either say blue or green, where I might go to turquoise or mint, but I'm sure all of you have your own unique words of describing it. And this is a challenge in AI, specifically when we try to recommend products, because in the end, maybe we want to know the color of the shirt, but maybe we just want to know how this color appeals to someone, how this color fits with someone's undertone. So rather than classifying every product in their RGB code or their HSL, we think it's important that we try to take the understanding of a consumer from a perception perspective. Another example that I'd like to bring is that AI challenges with the following. And I'm going to ask you the same. And I think most of you have a, let's say, engineering background. So you're probably going to arrive at the same answer as I used to come. Which of the horizontal lines is the same? And you probably figure it out. They are both equally long. They're both equally long. But from a perception perspective, from a first impression, I think you would also be honest to yourself and say, yeah, the one on the bottom feels longer. And this is something that AI wouldn't pick up. AI would say they're equally long. And when we design recommender systems, when we try to help people find the right product that fits with them, we need to take into consideration those kind of perceptions. We think that it needs a few things to do this really well, to really do personalization. And for us, it depends on three things. The first thing is really, really well understand your consumers. So beyond demographics, really try to understand context, their desires, getting consumer perspective on a unique level in detail. It's also important that you try to understand your products in a different way, not from a manufacturing perspective, but from a consumer experience perspective. And the last thing that we think is important is that AI can give quite good recommendations. It's also important to notice that we don't want to force someone what is good or bad. It's very easy to make a biased decision. It's very easy to ingrain a biased direction in your recommendation, saying, let's say, this certain color will look good on you, and therefore you have to wear it. We think it's important that we come with proper recommendations that are based on common perceptual rules, rules not to be programmed, but rules to be ingrained in the algorithm, but then also realize that people are different, that they have a personality, that they have an attitude, that they are more outspoken, that they are friendly, that they want to be a little bit more dramatic. And we think it's important to make sure that there's also an interaction between consumers and the brands. So for us, that means we're not going to look that much at demographics. Rather, we focus on understanding someone's size, someone's body shape, someone's facial shape, taste, trend sensitivity, brand sensitivity, but also someone's preference for style, aesthetics, and also understanding someone's context of purchase. Let me give you an example and go back to the eyewear. What is eyewear about? Eyewear is not only about the price and the brand, it has to do with you. So what we have developed is a AI-driven style recommender that, like a stylist in a store, would look at you as a consumer. It would analyze your face. We would give a first recommendation that is quite in line with your facial features, but then also tease out some interaction to make sure that you get the right kind of product. Let me see if this works. I think you will see a shop. Let me just continue. So this is a tool that we have built that can be integrated by retailers. We have integrated across Europe and North America. And what it does, it is a digital stylist. So taking over the role of a stylist and understanding you and recommending the frames. So a good recommendation starts with making a good photo. So we need good lighting. Consumer needs to be actually in the camera, and the consumer needs to look straight into the camera. So let me just do that. Oh, yes, a little bit too nervous for the presentation. So let's try again. I still was wearing my glasses. So what you see here is that we analyze my face, and not whether I have a round face, square face, or oval face. We think it's very important to look at someone's unique features. So we look at the jawline, the thickness of the eyebrows, the width of the face, to make sure that I don't get a frame that is too big or too small. We look at ratios, and we also look at color. So color, not so much about the color of my skin, but also about the contrast and the undertone of my skin. So let's say that I'm cool or warm neutral. When I recommend a frame, we'd rather go for a silver or a golden one, depending on someone's undertone. And we look at contrast, because the first recommendation we give is something that is kind of balanced with someone's original facial features. So currently looking through the collection of a retailer. And there we are. So I got some frames recommended, frames that fit the shape of my eyebrow, fit the shape of my jawline, have a contrast that matches with my face. And it really helps me to just explore who I am. Those first frames, they fit with me from an aesthetical perspective. But I also have the chance to go a little bit more explorative and say I would like something a little bit more bold, but at the same time also a little bit more reserved. And I think I can go even more reserved. So this tool can be integrated by retailers, very effective in the sense that we recommend frames even before someone starts to randomly try and does some trial and error before finding out the frame. I'm going to switch my screen again. So our solution is an in-store as well as an online solution. It can help drive sales online, directly buying something. Other retailers integrate it as a direct-to-store because they don't want to sell online. But also a very nice solution is that we can retarget someone, let's say after 2 years with a new collection, still considering someone's facial features and someone's personality traits. What is the impact? We didn't expect it, but we are still quite proud of it. We see that over the board of our clients, an increase of 4 times, going from 1 to 4% or 2 to 8% of conversions. A massive impact, and at the same time, we see a heavy reduction of product returns because we understand consumers and they get the confidence that we recommend something that fits with their eyebrow, that fits with their jawline, that fits with their color, that fits with their personality. So underlying this, and I'm not going to stand still with this for a long time, we have fixed boxes for understanding consumers, so interactions to understand, interactions to gather data about the consumer, whether it's images on the face or images to understand someone's body shape. We analyze it on body, fit, color, aesthetics, and trend. And at the same time, we also know it's important to understand your product. And I will get back to that in a little bit. For us, it's important that we do this on a human-centric way rather than a product description way. And the third step, going back to the 3 phases of hyper-personalization, is setting up interactions, showing the frames, how they fit on someone, because if you can see how it looks on you, you're also better able to say, well, this is not for me, or this is something for me. And I think the main part of our algorithms is that we have trained algorithms that really understand consumers. So I've shown you the shape of the eyebrow, the shape of the jawline, and this is all computer vision, looking at the contrast, looking at undertone. But at the same time, we have also trained algorithms to really understand qualities of frames. So looking at the shape, looking at the thickness, the variance of thickness, but also the contrast within the colors, outspokenness, and so on. A completely automated system. Where I think AI and where it is getting tricky is consumer frame matching. I'm just going to switch here. Consumer frame matching, that is where the magic is. So what frame do you recommend to the consumer? This is something that you don't let an AI decide without data. We decided to go for this by using AI stylists or stylists that train the AI, saying what's beautiful and ugly. They did that not just with 10 frames and telling to the programmers, program this rule. We have labeled over 40,000 face frame combinations, saying this is ugly, this is beautiful, and so on. AI to really understand consumers and giving a good recommendation. Oh. My takeaways. My takeaways are rethinking that what you learn from the customer and product. So are we talking about product data, or are we talking about something that consumers appreciate? Are we talking about demographics, or are we talking about value systems that consumers take when they are making a choice? Talking about desires. And at the same time, I think it's important that we rethink the way we gather data. Are we looking at the right RGB codes, or do we have to look at undertone? Do we have to look at other kinds of qualities? And the last step, and I did not really go in depth into that, but our recommendations are trained by AI stylists, which is very important in the first place to make sure that we give a good recommendation, because an AI system wouldn't know. And the second place, consumers don't know. But it's also important to make sure that we're not developing biased systems. Those 40,000 face frame combinations were obviously not just white males. It was a variety set of different ethnicities and the different frame sets to make sure that in the end consumers can engage, they can like it, they can love it, and they can make confident choices in decision making. The final one.
So Jelle, we've actually run out of time. We're so sorry.
Perfect.
But the one thing that actually we wanted to ask you, and it's a big
Yes.
thing because you're working on something else as well, aren't you?
Yes. So I think that comes a little bit to the last point, is that it's important to set up interactions with end consumers, and we think it's important that consumers have beautiful images to interact with. So we have developed a product called Flare, and Flare, what it does, it allows brands that work with Clo and in the future also with other kind of 3D software to generate quite easily high quality images that they can be using in their business to business, backshot formats, flat lay formats, but also on avatar. And the promise there is that we can make avatars with different ethnicities, different body shapes, not for seeing all kinds of differences, but for consumers to really understand what matches and what doesn't match, people and avatars that they can identify with, and at the same time, high quality images that fit with brand identity and the lighting and so on.
So thank you very much. So for all of you who have questions for Jelle, you please go on and ask him at his email below, as well as actually take a look at patents.ai, and you'll find some other things. What actually Jelle is talking about is it's a computer vision kind of powered rendering pipeline, which we've all needed for a very long time. Okay, so with that, I want to thank Jelle, and actually, I'm bringing on Chris Chung of 7th Online. Now, hi, Chris.
Hi, Janice. How are you?
7th Online and Alvanon have had a very long relationship. I've actually known the founders of 7th Online before we actually started Alvanon. But I think at the same time, one of the big things that we recognize is that this industry is one that actually needs to be much more efficient. And so here to tell us all about it, and actually how a very good case study actually on a very wonderful brand. I give you Chris Chung of 7th Online. Take it away.
Thanks a lot, Janice. So good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Chung, and I'm the president of 7th Online. I'm honored to be speaking to you all today. Omnichannel is a huge topic, and I'll be addressing it to you from the point of view of helping retailers satisfy customers by making sure that high demand products are always available when and where their customers want them. On the flip side, as we've seen in the wake of excess inventory at several of the largest retailers, we've been witnessing a broken model that retailers are using that places products on shelves that customers simply do not want. This is translated into hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in corporate losses, jobs lost, and a revolving door of C-level executives. The question remains, will these retailers fix the problem? I'm going to begin with a couple of minutes on who we are and a few minutes on how we utilize data to accurately forecast consumer behavior. Now, for over 20 years, 7th Online has been servicing the fashion industry with its integrated demand planning and inventory management solution suite. Our solutions are data-driven, demand-driven, and science-based. We've pioneered this logic-based planning and have continuously improved on it for over 23 years with total collaboration from our clients. We currently serve over 55 tier 1 clients with global support and R&D, with our headquarters located right here in Bryant Park, in New York City. Now, these are some of our tier 1 customers that we consider our partners as well. We take great pride in collaborating with our customers on a continuous basis to make our products better. We learn from them as much as they learn from us. This is a critical component on how we created a fully integrated solution so that retailers can satisfy all aspects of omnichannel. Now, Patagonia has been with us for over 10 years. PVH has been with us for over 15, and several clients have been with us for over 18 years. Now, the reason why I bring this up is that this is a rarity in the SaaS business, software as a service, because by definition, it's a subscription that can be turned off at any time. Now, from these relationships, we identify and implement best practices, as well as features and functions that will benefit all of our clients. Now, the next slide, we're data-driven and powered by analytics. Simply put, we are data fanatics. Most retailers rely on point of sale data, also known as POS data, to predict what sells in the future. Now, this is yesterday's news in the retail world, and simply standalone does not cut it. Traditionally, virtually all solutions have focused on just 3 dimensions, also known as the cube, which are product, location, and time. I'll say it again, product, location, and time. But times have changed. Social media like Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and Pinterest have become major influencers on purchasing behavior. We realized here at 7th Online that we could no longer simply rely on the cube to predict the propensity of a product to sell. So we needed to add a 4th dimension, which we call media. But what media really is at the end of the day is the ability to analyze customer behavior. We needed more than just point of sale data, or in other words, what customers are buying at what store at what time. In today's world, those three data points are not enough. We needed to bring in third-party data to have the ability to detect, identify, and prioritize what has the highest potential to sell based on emerging trends. Now, these happen in real time. For example, what is an influencer saying on TikTok about their latest haul? What is the latest jean that they're looking at? What is their latest crop top that is hot, that they're going to buy? So we built the ability to bring in new data sources, whether they are structured or unstructured data like audio or video. And with these new data sources, we also needed a way to convert, tag, contextualize, and analyze that data. And that mechanism is precisely the 7th Online Lab. Now, 7th Online's lab was created to take analytics, machine learning, and artificial intelligence to the next level. We have a forecasting engine powered by machine learning and AI that is adaptive. Now, what does that really mean? What most systems do is analyze data with a single algorithm and gives a recommendation based on that single algorithm. We have many different sets of algorithms that are custom built for different production life cycles. For example, some companies have a 9-month production life cycle. Some have 2 weeks, some have 5 weeks, depends on the company. But in any case, we are able to currently use 4 custom built algorithms, depending on the company, soon to be 7, powered by our machine learning to concurrently and continuously analyze data feeds and come up with 4 different outcomes, at which point the lab will identify the most accurate algorithm of the 4, giving us the exponential ability to recommend the most optimal product suggestions to our clients. So our lab constantly adapts to real-time changes powered by our machine learning and artificial intelligence at the item level, which is very specific. We forecast at the style, color, size, door, and day level. Style, color, size, door, and day level. Size is a critical component that is often overlooked. How many times have you been online or at a store and they have exactly what you want, but don't have your size. It's frustrating. Adaptive forecasting takes care of that for retailers. Now, with our 7th online lab, we sat down with Patagonia, who we think are very smart people, very good forecasters, and really have some of the best planners in the industry. And we told them we could forecast better than your people. This was 10 years ago. They accepted the challenge. On the left-hand side are the manual projections of their planners. And on the right-hand side is the 7th online forecast of the same styles. We took one category, short sleeve knits, and 35 styles. They did their forecast, we did ours, and then waited for the actuals to come in. As you see here, their forecast of their styles deviated from the actual sales, which is the dark line, where ours is much closer. So what did this really mean? In just 1 month, our forecast was 30% more accurate versus Patagonia's internal forecast and 80% more consistent over time. Consistency is very critical, which all translated into an increase in sales of $320,000 over 4 weeks. Now, this is something that Patagonia has leveraged as a customer for more than a decade. This forecasting capability is specifically built for short life cycle products like fashion and is embedded in all of our modules. Now, the reason why I specify short life cycle products is because when you can predict and forecast accurately and be consistent on short life cycle products like fashion, it's very easy to transform that forecast into hardline goods. For example, people are very fickle when it comes to clothing, or let's say a pair of pants or a pair of jeans, because we want to buy new stuff all the time. However, when it comes to an iPhone or earbuds or a watch, you know, we're not switching those things every day or every week. We're switching those things once a year or every couple years. So the forecasting, when you have it nailed when it comes to apparel, fashion, or footwear and accessories, it's very easy to predict and forecast for hardline goods. On the next slide, this is simply a dashboard for our test buy module. And one of our clients has over 8,000 stores and utilizes this to see how a small sample of products performs in a few stores before a large commitment is made. You're going to see on the top left side, it says 2 weeks. Using our AI coupled with case-based reasoning, we are able to recommend how much product our clients should ship to stores based on a small sample test buy of only 2 weeks of sales data. For example, I have a quick turnaround item. I want to put it in 10 stores. Tell me after 2 weeks how many stores I should put it into and how many more I should buy, if any. With that, I'd like to talk about the issues that are pervasive in the retail industry today regarding omnichannel. The industry has largely been stuck in a heavily siloed rut. What I mean by this is that retailers push inventory to stores without an understanding of what their customers will likely buy at the stores that they are stocking. We have production, warehouses, distribution centers, stores, e-commerce, and social media. Customers demand absolute consistency, whether they want to buy products online, at a brick and mortar store, off social media, and then if needed, they want to be able to return them at a locale of their choice on their terms. The pricing has to be the same. The products have to be available. The salespeople have to be knowledgeable. Promo codes have to be universal. And all of this has to be at the convenience of the customer's own schedule. If any of this is broken, today's consumers will move on to another brand. So from our perspective, we make sure that our clients have the right products and the right product mix at the correct locations for their specific customers at the time that they want to purchase those products. The way we do this is by harnessing the power of historical data, yes, identifying trends, analyzing third-party data like social media influencers, and leveraging our data science team that creates custom scenario-specific algorithms, which are the backbone of our machine learning and artificial intelligence. Additionally, we leverage the power of extremely high processing speed through in-memory analytical processing, coupled with high-performance computing, which can compute quadrillions of computations per second. Now, Patagonia has always been a forward thinker. They knew early on that without full integration across all business units, they would not be able to scale efficiently and maintain and grow the customer satisfaction and brand loyalty that they wanted. So when they first approached us, they were using Excel, much like the rest of the retail world. Surprisingly, currently, 70% of all retailers still rely on Excel to do their planning. Patagonia realized that they needed to integrate factories, global production, warehouses, all distribution centers, stores, wholesale, and e-commerce to eliminate silos to achieve omni-channel success. Now they use omni-channel like it's a uni-channel. Everything is the same. They needed a fully transparent, real-time single version of the truth across the entire global enterprise, both horizontally and vertically. As a result, what you see here is exactly what they decided to utilize, which is the entire 7th Online ecosystem. We call it swim lanes, but what you're really seeing is complete modularity, whereby you can look at each box as a business unit, department, or a team of planners. They all see the same thing based on security credentials and know precisely what their inventory positions are, where they are, and if stock is low, and then when they need it based on the adaptive forecast, and the system automatically adjusts in real time. This allows Patagonia to hold on to working capital and only use it when and if needed. This is completely opposite of what we are seeing with the big box retailers. They spend a ton of working capital up front and hope for the best. Patagonia, as you know, has not and does not do markdowns. Ever since we've worked with them, we have seen them grow from a several $100 million company to a multi-billion-dollar brand. And they've attributed our partnership with them as a critical component to their success and consistency over time. So what does this really mean for the retailer? There are 5 simple things that retailers will immediately realize when they have an integrated inventory management. The first is a marked increase in inventory accuracy. When there's a real-time single version of the truth between demand planning and inventory management, you avoid overstock and stockouts. Both problems plague retailers every single day. The second is simply increased profitability. With a decrease in markdowns and/or missed sales, the net effect positively impacts both the top line and the bottom line. It's really that simple. Thirdly, you have customer loyalty and, of course, customer satisfaction. When customers can get items that they want reliably, when, where, and how, loyalty is built. If this breaks, loyalty breaks. And I said before, accuracy and consistency are critical for success. The fourth, and this is big, is a decrease in working capital and carrying costs. When customers' demand is in line with inventory management, retailers do not waste capital on wasteful products that don't sell. This frees up capital to replenish high demand products when needed. Additionally, since capital is not tied up with inventory that is sitting idle, borrowing costs go down, while the flexibility to purchase an unexpected in-season hot item is at the ready. And finally, the fifth is sustainability and elimination of waste. By keeping proper inventory levels, retailers can decrease the environmental burden that is increasing each and every day. We see this in fast fashion, ultra fast fashion. Items that don't sell get dumped into waste fills. We see this on the news, but This is happening in everyday retailers. In big box retailers, marquee retailers, things don't sell, they get chucked. And that's a shame. In the end of the day, integration that is data-driven, demand-driven, with product that is pulled to shelf based on what the customer wants to purchase, that is demand-driven, is the name of the game. And thanks for having me.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much,
Janice.
Chris. As you all can imagine, right? This is a sustainability story. And, many years ago, one of the things that I wasn't able to really articulate very well is why efficiency really equals to sustainability. And thank you so
Absolutely.
much, Chris, for putting that all on the case and actually laying it out very, very easily for everybody to understand. So at this point, thank you so much. And we're
Thank you,
going on
Janice.
to our next section. So for all of you who were listening to that, there's one point that actually I guess it was really kind of hit home. It was this idea of accuracy and consistency and data and all of this efficiency equals sustainability. And actually you've heard a lot of us talk about that over the years, on, and Jason talking about degrowth. We've been thinking about these problems for since before we actually started Alphanon. And this is where actually we end the AI portion of the day. And we actually go on to the next part, which of fashion tech that's important, which is the training aspect. Everybody who has actually talked about AI has talked about the human element in that, and where therein comes actually some of the biggest challenge that we have is that you cannot actually replace the human with an AI. And actually, that means that it behooves us as an industry to actually focus on training. Now, to talk about that with me is my partner in learning, Kathy.
Hi, Janice. It's great to join you.
You're supposed to be here with me in the office, so I'm not scared. Hello.
I finally got out of Hong Kong for a brief stint, so I'm joining from Wisconsin.
It's amazing what technology can do these days, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
So I think we have a couple of polls, don't we? Do you want to start the polls first, or how do we want to start this?
Well, yeah, so we're going to talk about training, and I'm really excited to have this conversation with you, Janice. I think this is something that's been top of mind for us for, well, 5+ years now, ever since the genesis of Motif. And, I think two of us spend a lot of time, and with the greater Alphanon family and customers and across the supply chain, been listening to the real pains and needs of training. And we've come a long way in 5 years, but I think we are still very frustrated at the lack of uptake. And there's been a lot of startups, a lot of new initiatives to solve the training problem just in the last 5 years. I mean, look at all the parties that have launched training initiatives, and none of them, they just have not taken off as much as they should. And on the flip side, we're seeing all the big brands and big companies struggling with how do they roll out wholesale training initiatives. So yeah, let's put up the first poll. Just to kick us off, all of you listening, do you believe your company invests enough in training? Yes or no? And this is going to be for yourself, for your teammates, for anyone you work with. Does your company invest enough in training?
And while we're waiting for the poll results to kind of come in, I think one of the things that we should talk about is this pain that this industry is going through, right? We had 2 years of COVID. We saw a lot of new things come in during the COVID time frame. We saw people be able to use Zoom. I mean, 3 years ago, we never thought that would happen. And now it's become, a language, really, right? But regardless of everything that's going on, I think there are some things that companies need to do in order to just grow or even survive now, because we are actually entering a very, very different world order, I would say.
So what do you think, given the disruption that's happening? We just listened to all this about AI and new technologies. What are some of the key, from a people point of view, what do you think some of the things the industry needs?
I think there needs to be much more cross-functional free exchange of ideas, right? In some of the things that we saw when we first launched Motif, we saw cross-functional. It was actually it is sometimes it was a little bit like the silos didn't know what each other were doing, right? And they also didn't know the pain and pressure of each of one of those silos. And I think in some of our communities, a lot of people talked about all of those. And by the way, if you have any comments that you want to put in, just please put it in the chat, because apparently 66% of you say your companies don't invest enough. We'd love to talk to the 33% of you who actually say that you are doing enough. Because and do put it in the comments of whether what you're doing enough is in the right kind of skill sets that you're actually looking for.
So Janice, I love the cross-functionality issue, and I think this is an issue in every industry. And from a company point of view, you need this for efficiency, innovation, breakthrough innovation. You got to have people that can step outside the box. From an individual point of view, we saw so many senior people in brands. For example, one very popular sports performance brand, very successful on the market, talking to some of their senior people, deep skills, who have an urge and a yearning to upskill themselves, but the company is not providing them the tools and the resources to do that. They're sitting here going, I've got this deep experience. I want the digital skills. I want to learn just like the newcomers. I can't seem to do it. Or I'm not being provided with the support from the company. So I think that's something else that goes along with cross-functionality.
We saw that a lot with actually all of the digitization skills, right? You had highly skilled kind of people who are really good at manual kind of pattern cutting, not actually being given not being paired with people who actually could use 3D, or not giving the training, or actually them saying, actually, I don't know how to do this. I'd like to be shown some of it to be able to learn it on my own time and not get that kind of support that was necessary. And at the same time, you had young people saying, hey, look, I'm really good digitally, but I'm really terrible at some of the hard skills the technical skills that I need to do. Because, when we went to school, we didn't get industry input. So how can you deal with some of that kind of stuff? And the other thing is that, when there are some things that are highly technical. I mean, you can't just bring somebody into a denim mill and say, hey, learn how to wash something, please. You have to be quite a denim head to do that. You have to have some idea of chemistry. I mean, if we don't have these very specific skill bases, which, I hate to say this, but everybody coming out with a marketing degree is not going to help me when I actually really need a washing chemist, right? So part of that is this imbalance of kind of technical and other functions that are needed in the company, and we're seeing that a lot with reshoring initiatives.
Yep. A lot of that expertise was outsourced decades ago, and suddenly here we are talking about bringing back manufacturing to home bases, and that the expertise doesn't exist. And and then it also makes me think of, as an industry, we're not good at capturing the expertise that's out there. And I think that's really what we were trying to do with Motif, is capture some of that expertise before it retires and create a be able to create a legacy and a way for it to exist on.
Right, because there's actually a culture that needs to be built around here, right? It's somewhat about respect of work, and respect of experience. And I look at the Uniqlo example from many years ago. I mean, if you read Yanai's book, his point was, hey, listen, we had all of these people in Japan, right, who were great craftsmen. They actually knew exactly how like the zipper should actually fold in. They go to, and he's like, but no Japanese teenager wants to learn this. So, and we've got a population that is not youthful. I mean, the youthful population want to do something else. Where could we go? And this was in the 90s. And he said, okay, well, forget it. We're not going to lose any of this. So I'm going to bring these great, seafoods to China. And at that point, there was a burgeoning Chinese kind of labor pool that actually really wanted to learn something and become really good at something. And so he pretty much brought his Japanese, expertise into these Chinese companies and actually just reskilled there and said, okay, well, now this factory, we're all going to work together and do that. And there's a lovely story in there that says, giving the pride of expertise back to somebody who was retired gave them a real, sense of belonging and want to actually forge ahead. And I mean, not even to tell the Uniqlo story, but even our own story of Alvanon, how we became actually Alvanon was because we actually had some really amazing people come out of the last factories and say to us, we need, let's kind of figure out with our combined experience how we can actually make something better go forward, So I think there is that cultural aspect that needs to be taken there.
And along with that, it seems, but it's got to be an industry-wide thing. I do think we're seeing pockets of this. You mentioned Uniqlo. I think a lot of the luxury brands are doing this with artisanal training, and they're trying to bring it into younger high school age kids. We see Gap had their whole vocational training program this way ahead. So we are seeing snippets of this across the industry, but as an industry, we need a bigger collaborative approach, a way for beyond the companies, individuals to tap into this broader community of expertise and a much bigger free exchange of ideas. And we are seeing some glimmers of hope. We see some of this happening, but it's not a big earth-shattering industry-wide change. Like, for example, I think 3DRC is a great example to bring up. And we had Safir and Lena Lim of Browser University. Was it last year? Last year, where we were talking about training around digital. So 3DRC is one example of where the industry is attempting to come together.
I mean, in England, we have, Fashion Enter actually trying to bring back technical vocational training into certain hubs, actually to bring back that kind of manufacturing expertise that they actually had lost for a while. And 98% of you say that, it should be a high priority. But herein lies a little bit of the problem, right? We are, to a certain extent, we're preaching to the converted. If you are here today, you already want to learn something, or else you wouldn't spend, your whole afternoon kind of listening to us spiel like NPR in the background. But I mean, some of the questions that I ask of you is, as managers of people who are there, can you take training during work hours, right? I mean, if we actually need to do this as an entire industry, we actually have to take the most important thing is that we actually have to see this as work, right? Upskilling, training, it actually has to be seen as part of the job, as well as, the initial kind of, the first, when we get the first intakes of people into big brands or into each company, all we know is that in the first 100 days, nobody does anything anyway, right? So why not train them up on the things that you actually really need them to know and actually level set all of the skill bases? And actually, that's kind of one of the things that we try to do at Motif. And we have some good cases that we can talk about at Motif, actually, about how that went. Do you want to elaborate a little bit, Kathy?
Yeah, I think it was exciting for us. I mean, Motif, we had almost every brand. We had individuals from almost every brand, a lot of factories, a lot of vendors taking courses on us. But I think these were, a lot of them were individuals that said, hey, I want to learn for myself. So maybe they used some of their personal training budget and signed up for courses. What was exciting for us was to see companies that came on and really, really carefully thought about how to use the training and used it. So our training is all online, self-paced. So companies that came in and really leveraged it to use it for team training. So that to us was exciting. So for example, large Midwest retailer had over 300 people who had annual subscriptions on us. So they all had access to all the content at any time. They could take it anytime. But the company set aside time during the week and they had teams come on to take specific courses together. And so just a funny story, Motif, we're a startup. We very lean budget. We have very lean team. This was a passion project for us, but this was the first major corporation that came on us. So suddenly our server loads would jump up on Friday afternoon and we were all like, wow, look at this. But it was exciting. And it was a kind of a, what do we call it, pain point, learning point for us. We got to, upgrade our servers just for these corporate loads. So I thought that was great to see how they did it. Another one that I like to talk about was a major house of brands that was rolling out a huge sustainability initiative from all their offices. So they took sustainability courses together and they allotted time each week for a group to get together offline to talk about the classes after they'd been through it. So there were some exciting, innovative ways that companies were using the training and making the most of it.
The answers actually have come in from the poll that says, are you able to work on training during work hours? 38% of you say yes, that's wonderful. 8% of you say no, and then 54% of you say sometimes. And I actually have to feel about that sometimes is you're probably carving it out and actually doing some other work overtime as well. Because the one thing that actually I see a lot and we get complaints about a lot from our clients and also the vendors and everything like that is like, hey, I don't even have enough time to finish my day job. What are you asking me to do? You're asking me to do triple duty here. You're asking me to work, fill all of the things that somebody else was supposed to do. You're not training me how to do that job actually really all that well anyway. And then we've got like changing benchmarks the whole time. And I think that's something that needs to really be harnessed as an industry. It needs to be, these are the things these are cultural things that needs to change. And if we are going to at some point come to this, point of AI, where we've got all these different technologies converging, and yet we need this kind of human element to actually help it, we all have to start from the same baseline here. I mean, look at some of the sustainability initiatives that we have out there, right? Half of the people who are starting some of these sustainability initiatives, I don't actually know where their baselines are because half of them actually haven't been to factories before. I don't even know how they can say some of these things. And, it's a bit of a point of contention for the industry at large. But with this, grand experiment, we have seen these great glimmers of hope, and we're very, very happy that those things have happened. And yet at the same time, we are very sad because we weren't able to fulfill the kind of really broad-ranging initiative that we actually wanted to do.
So Janice, this is probably the time to announce to the audience that unfortunately Motif will be closing its doors as of December 31. And this is quite tragic for us because this really was a passion, a labor of love for the whole team and for Albanon that supported us and the Mills Fabrica that supported us. But yes, we will be closing its doors. And I think it's for a lot of the reasons that we can talk about next, about lack of time for employees, lack of dedicated resources to this, that we just couldn't get the momentum that we needed to sustain the business. We succeeded on many fronts. We had 18,000 professionals like those of you listening who were accessing our courses. These were across the supply chain, across the globe, Asia, Europe, North America, from middle managers and above. So we feel we had a lot of momentum, but it just wasn't quite enough. So as of December 31, yes, we'll be shutting down, and that the courses are all available until then.
Kathy and I have been through this it's kind of torturous situation in the past year, because one of the things that we actually want to tell you is, because it's still out there, right? It's a lot of the things that we started the day saying all information today is so readily available. You can learn anything you want on YouTube. And, it's part of the curation that's difficult. I think one of the big things that we actually really want to do is, for all of you who have HR directors, right? You have to tell them what you want. Because all of these HR directors, they're there to do, they're currently there for a different role. The role that they're there for a lot of the time is not to understand what your job is. It is to understand that there's not going to be any liability afterwards. And so we actually need to incorporate them into the conversation and say, hey, these are the kinds of people that I'm looking for. These are the kinds of people that will have certain types of training needs. And these are the things that we're actually going to do to empower them. So, one of the things that we have to do is make sure that, as a whole industry, that even though one of the grand experiments that we tried to do didn't do so well, that we still actually support training. I mean, it's the reason why we do 3D Tech Fest, right? We kind of bring everything to the forefront and try to like crazy to bring some useful information. Sometimes it's, very difficult. Sometimes it's actually, very, very technical. But I think some of the things we also want to tell you is about Gen Z. And Kathy, you want to talk a little bit about the Gen Z issue that is coming up?
You mean just the different type of learning styles? And yes, I think, and this is something we tried to tackle with Motif, was the different ways people learn. And I think, going back to what the industry needs, it goes to community, it goes to resources. You need the community of expertise. You need the access to curated resources. So yes, there's a lot of free stuff out there, and the ability to upskill. But also, we're really moving towards a skill-based workforce versus a job. And there's a great report out by Deloitte that I was just looking at yesterday that I think this is a hot topic lately. We've always couched things as jobs, and there's 63% of executives have projects where people have employees that say their employees are involved or in projects outside their traditional job scope. So we used to think of everything, this is my job, but we're moving much more to a skill-based. And I think that's where Gen Z is really going to amplify this, that you can pile up your little skills that you've acquired through your career, through jobs you've held, through education you've had, and that there'll be much more focus on the skills. And Yeah, so Janice, what's your feel of Gen Z?
Well, Gen Z is going to be like nearly 30% of the workforce by 2025, between 2025 and 2030. And if we don't find a way to actually empower them through actually some of their technical skills, part of this, I bet you half of the people, some of the people who are here are also Gen Z, right? And you're the ones who have to actually tell us, I know that they watch Discord of, how-tos. I know that they watch, YouTube tutorials. I know they do all of these things that actually are enhancing all of their skill bases, one on top, layered upon each other, except we don't give them any credit for any of that, right, as an industry. So I mean, looking at their qualifications, we've got to actually look at a different way of actually looking at those qualifications as well. And so
I was just going to say, and you can have the knowledge and the skills, but you also have you need the way to deliver it. And I think that's the big gap in the industry, and that's what Motif was trying to solve. We were trying to be this delivery method that was micro learning. You could learn on the job. It was multimodal. You could do you'd have access to different things, feedback, social learning, gaming along with it. So the way it's delivered is important too.
So it just leads me to ask one last question, which is, in your own company, what can you do?
Okay, if you're a junior, we just talked about the intergenerational issue here. We have expertise that's retiring or is not being tapped into, and then we have the new generation coming into the workforce. We need to get out there. If you're just starting out, or if you're young to middle in your career, find a mentor. The expertise is there. People are willing to share their expertise. I mean, that Motif, we worked with a lot of these individuals that were more than happy to teach courses on us without a lot of gain to themselves. They were willing to give back to the industry to share their expertise. Find these people, reach out to them, network. This is the age of networking. So online. So yeah, if you're a junior, middle management, you got to lobby for training money, demand it. It's a way to keep people, good people. If you don't have the right internal training, then let your people seek out what they need and give them the time and the resource to do it.
And if you're senior management in HR, okay, you've got to just build the training element into the ROI. I mean, I don't have to tell you this. Good people make good companies. And I talk about it all day tomorrow, but good people make good companies, right? And for your C-suite, some of you actually haven't been down on the floor for a while. And I'm allowed to say this because I can see it. And how do I put this? If you don't know what actually you're missing down there, then you have to figure that out, and you have to actually let your people tell you. And you have to empower that, right? And empowerment is not in words. Empowerment is in budget. Just to give them some budget, right? You're going to have a lot of issues coming forward, and you know what? If you're going to market that you're going to be a great company, you've got to actually invest in your people. And with this, I actually have to say, we got some comments that said, "Oh, you're closing Motif." Thank you, Sharon Stridley. Thank you very much for allowing us to be that value add to the industry. But this fight for the training part, we actually do believe it has to happen in corporations. And so it just leaves me to say, I really have to thank Vanessa Chung of the Mills Fabrica, because she allowed us to have this grand experiment keep going. And it was a grand experiment. And if all of you haven't been to the Mills Fabrica as well, you should see some of the innovative things that they're doing as well, because there is a lot there. And Kathy,
Yeah, I don't know. I feel we should be pulling out the tissues and crying, but we set out with a grand ambition to really bring a solution to the industry. We've learned a lot along the way. And I just want to remind people, our courses are available until December 31. You can still access them. Now, I have to thank all the the organizations, companies that stepped up took a leap of faith and stepped up and partnered with us. LIM College out of New York, they immediately saw the value of taking their course material, repackaging it for a professional audience. So they were our first big partner. They had courses on motif. We had a lot of individual experts. Roz McNulty is sharing her clothes 3D skills. Dawn Muthart, her browseware skills. Jackie Lewis, all her costing and sourcing expertise. And then Deborah Schulten, her textile expertise. All these experts still exist, and a lot of their content will exist just in a different forums or on a different platform. So they will go their own ways. But if your company wants any of this access to any of this knowledge, please reach out to Ken Chung or myself. We're happy to put you in touch with the instructors, and they can work with you and share where their courses are going. I want to echo what Janice said, that we couldn't have done this. Alvanon as a company has been fully supportive. Janice is our champion. And then, of course, the whole Mills Fabrica team that stepped up and backed us 2-3 years ago when we really needed and allowed us to continue. So yeah, on that note, I guess we've run over time. Keep learning.
Keep learning, keep training your people. And with that, we move on to our next thing. See you. Kathy really, and I, Kathy and I have been on this journey, and Motif wouldn't have existed without her and the amazing team that is Motif. And that's the one thing that actually everybody who was in the team at Motif, they literally worked down to the last single day, and you know who you are. And we're so grateful for everything that you gave to us. Is the reason why we had 2 previous 3D Tech Fests and a sustainability festival. And, their hard work, you could never, ever, ever, I'm going to cry in a bit. So actually, let's get to the next speaker, okay? With this, I'm bringing on Griff from Centric Software. Griff is one of our newest software partners, and they actually have a very great system which allows you to house all of your information and house all your training and house all your quality standards. So with this, I leave Griff to tell you everything about Centric.
All right, I'm Griff von Holst. I'm the Principal Product Manager for 3D at Centric Software. We are a PLM solution. So you've heard through the different discussions today a lot about the transparency, breaking down the silos, the single source of truth, and that's exactly what Centric PLM offers. And if we take a look at a little bit about Centric here, we have 620 plus customers and over 5,000 brands. So the speakers today have been talking about data inputs and information coming in and how important innovation and getting these new ideas and building a platform in order to scale all the way from concept into customer and track that data. We're able to do that within Centric. And as you see these, over the years, we're completely dedicated to this industry. And we have all of these amazing customers that are constantly providing input into Centric of which way the industry is going, how to best support them. And we're able to take all of these inputs from all of these customers like a huge, brain, and bring all of that information in and make solutions that fit multiple different categories and provide our customers the ability, or a runway, I should say, to get from point A to point B, and then also deliver that, as future options as our customers scale and grow. So one of the things that I really want to talk about today is about centralizing your 3D asset libraries and bringing all of that information into Centric. When I talk about 3D assets, it can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So it's really about the foundation of building product. So within Centric, we can manage all of your 3D assets from 3D materials. That includes the texture scans that may come in from some of our partners. It means Alvanon avatars, which is very exciting for us to be able to integrate those avatars and then facilitate those out to the different 3D design applications and really create this digital ecosystem where those libraries of those digital assets and that foundation can be coupled with PLM data. So if you have these assets that are sitting outside in all of these disparate systems or a shared drive or OneDrive or where you're pulling those in, you're missing out on a lot of information that's really about the development of the product. So if you think about 3D materials, which I'll go through a couple use cases here, those textures and physics information that's in there, if you store it on an external drive and you bring it into your 3D design application, you're missing potential costing information, supplier information, a lot of data that can be applied to these assets to generate different scenarios for your designers or be able to look at different data comparisons of maybe this material based on this supplier is too expensive. What's another like material with another supplier, and start to make these suggestions. And it pulls all of that information from the PLM solution and couples it with that 3D asset. So for us, it kind of lays the foundation for automation and limitless possibilities for how you want to use your data. Because if you have all of that information, but you can't apply it in a way that makes sense for your business, it's not really helping you. So at Centric, we make our PLM solution kind of the hub for all of these digital assets, and we plug them into all of these different solutions, making it a really powerful ecosystem for automation, AI product generation. We go back to Chris's discussion about the merchants and buy plan and forecasting. We can manage all of that data through all of the different omni channels, including we have a 3D style, for example. We know what materials are on it. Through our various pipelines, we're able to actually generate options of those products and present it through different channels for customers to kind of give their feedback and continue to feed this overall pipeline. So all of the different work streams that we enable through this leverages the information and asset libraries for 3D from style, color, material, sourcing, and we're able to pull all of that together within the solution and present it to our customers to make better decisions. So it helps us eliminate redundant tasks as well. So if you can imagine an ecosystem where you have Centric sitting at the base, you have all of your foundational libraries, all of your digital assets, and you start to plug in all of these different 3D design solutions from scanning solutions and start to feed that data into those. So here at Centric, we take an agnostic approach to 3D. We integrate with all 3D platforms, and we augment those digital assets as they flow into those different platforms. So it helps you make more informed decisions and then feed those through into e-com. So if we take a look at this digital product creation pipeline from your concept, your prototype, development, review, and market, we start to break down those silos to make sure that not just one department within the organization is benefiting from 3D, which is typically your design team with these great 3D design applications, and those are evolving all the time. But what we really want to do is take the power of 3D and expose it to the rest of the pipeline. So just like in the previous discussions, we talk about breaking down silos. We want the entire work stream all the way through development, the supply chain to be able to benefit and also contribute to 3D product development. So if we imagine this pipeline here, or really the foundation that underpins all of this, Centric, we have the concept, bringing in the 3D materials and assets from texture scans to physics. And it's not just for one type of 3D material. You have Clo, you have Browseware, you have Rhino, all sorts of 3D design applications that use different material standards and different texture scanning. You have Adobe Substance, which is phenomenal. Bringing that information and storing it, being able to apply additional information such as supplier information, or you can have your different construction or weight, anything that you want to further define this material and really couple that physical material with its digital twin and being able to facilitate that out into 3D design applications in the prototyping phase so that you can start to leverage that PLM data through plugins. An example of this would be, starting with a estimated cost based on the materials, and then while the designer is applying these different materials, doing a data comparison to see how much is this material going to cost, and is there something else in the PLM solution that would provide me with a better cost if I need to do any cost engineering. So it really brings together all of these assets to make better decisions. And then through your 3D development requests, you may not have the internal design capabilities or the talent internally. So Centric also provides interaction with suppliers. So you may want to outsource your supplier, your design from your suppliers, and they can respond back and communicate with your internal development team. They can post 3D assets for 3D visualization. We have a 3D viewer within our product. So they can upload different examples, different options, and then your internal teams can actually visualize those on our platform, make comments, collaborate back and forth with the suppliers so that they can make those revisions. And it starts to bring, those silos down to where not only do your 3D designers, if they're internal, or if your suppliers have 3D design that's external, being able to bring everybody together to visualize those 3D assets and collaborate and communicate and update those. So it starts to break down all of those different silos, all of those roadblocks, and really brings the power of 3D to everybody throughout the supply chain. So then once we have those different assets and we're leveraging them through the product, we're actually able to take those and move them through into different omni channels, such as posting them to e-commerce sites, different pipelines to generate photorealistic images off of those and post those back into Centric PLM. So it starts to bring in the automation portion, which is very important for why you would want your 3D assets to be stored inside of a single solution. Because as you start to build and mature through your 3D process, you can take these foundational items and actually use them for automation pipelines downstream. So an example of this, we have a 3D material, we have the physics information, we have the texture information. And what we do is we bring those texture scans in from our different providers, like a Visu or a Swatchbook, for example, able to bring those texture scans into the Centric platform and store that against a material. But we also have physics information that can be stored with that as well. So that's where you get the combination of the textures, what the physics information is based on the 3D design application. You may have Browseware, you may have Clo, you may have Optitex. Each one of those has a different physics engine. And each one of those materials, for example, like a U3M material, which is a unified 3D material format, can be leveraged in certain applications, while maybe a Clo 3D material that's a ZFab can only be opened in Clo. It's very important to be able to organize those in a single system so that if you use multiple 3D design tools, such as a Browseware and a Clo together, or an Optitex and a Clo together, that when you're using these different integrations, that you can organize and categorize your 3D materials based on the 3D design application that you're going to use them in. Because if you do any searches for a 3D material and you're in Browseware or Optitex, and you want to make sure that you filter out all of the ZFab files. So the Centric PLM solution, when we bring in 3D materials, we automatically understand where that file came from, and we start to organize it accordingly, put all of the physics information so that we know what application that this is going to be imported into and how it's going to be used. So in this example here, it's just really high level. We're able to augment, all of this information with PLM data. We're able to provide, visuals of these materials so that as people go through and search for materials that they want to use or upload materials, they can easily see what that material looks like, how it drapes, and get a good idea from maybe a material management perspective of, is this the right material? Does it look correct? Is the drape correct? And when I provide that to a designer to use, am I going to get the right visual output or intent that I expected? So then it kind of brings us here to these avatars as another use case. And I really want to thank Alvanon for putting on this 3D Tech Fest and being able to share all of these ideas and really bring the community together so that we can all benefit from each other. So in Centric, we have an integration with Alvanon, which is very exciting. what we're able to do with these avatars, to take it a little bit further, is bring in these 3D avatars and augment those with more information. It's kind of the theme of this entire system of bringing in bringing in 3D assets, applying different information so that that asset becomes more universal and also more flexible throughout the entire system. So what we do with 3D avatars as an example is we bring those in and we also associate your measurement data to those. And by doing that, we can do a couple of things that are a few use cases, I should say. If you have an avatar that you're using and you have your associated size ranges, and that avatar is used on multiple styles, and let's say for an example that that style has a fit issue, or all of those styles that you've produced have a fit issue. By having all of this information from an avatar linked to measurements, linked to all of the different styles through your PLM solution, you have full traceability to understand if I go back to that avatar, is there a problem with that avatar? Is there something that is an issue with the overall fit of that, and do I need to update that avatar? So it provides full transparency and traceability throughout the entire system of how did I use this foundational asset? What did I apply to it to augment that data? And was there any issues with that? So that kind of brings us to this overall pipeline where we have Centric sitting at the bottom here, where you're managing all of these different 3D assets. You're able to build on those assets with additional PLM data, and it really provides the ability to create this digital product creation pipeline. So over on the left here, we have all of these 3D assets from materials to styles that you've created that you may have carryover product. Then you're able to bring those assets in and create different colorways. So in our 3D viewer, we're actually able to configure these products as well. So one of the things that Chris was talking about in 2 discussions ago was really about the merchandising and understanding what product is going to sell the best. So in your forecasting and your planning, if you have a line plan, for example, and you have certain amount of carryover product, and that carryover product, you may have a certain percentage of what you want to carry over in certain colorways. It's kind of your bread and butter. So for example, if you were to take that 3D asset from that previous style and identify what materials and colors that you wanted to use that in, all of that information is in your PLM solution already. The 3D asset from the style is there. The native 3D file is there that was used to design it. All of your materials are there. All of your colors are there. What that allows you to do is create an automation pipeline, which we have, that you can open up that 3D model in a server, for example, for automation. Open that 3D model, apply these different materials, apply these different colors, and start to automatically generate styles to be presented to the merchandising team or to the design team to choose from. Say, okay, does this look correct? Am I using the right colors for the palette? And then it starts to become more of a management of existing product as opposed to designing new product. And it allows your designers to really focus on newness instead of having to go through and generate these 3D assets for existing products. So part of what we offer within Centric as well is this 3D viewer that allows you to communicate back and forth, and even a product configurator to where you can try different material color combinations on the product to ensure that that's what you like and that's what you want to produce. So you can imagine if you have a line review, I'm sure many people that are on this call have been through a review session where you have your foam core board set up and you have all of your different silhouettes and you have your colors and you're reviewing this with your design and merchant teams, and you're making little sticky notes of the files that you need to go back and update and see in different colorways, and then you're fighting to find time on the calendar to review these things. When you have all of this information in the PLM solution, you can have these digital review sessions where you can show your entire line in a gallery view within the PLM solution and really take a look at, am I offering the right collection and the right color with the right prints? Is this really the direction that I wanted to go with? And if you have data coming in from trend information, or if you have information coming in from 7th Online, for example, being able to take that information and kind of analyze, is this the right assortment for this season? And by having this information in a PLM solution and be able to interact with it in the way that we can with Centric, you can open up one of those 3D files, apply prints and pattern to it, change the color, see how it sits within the line, and do all of that in real time, and then align on the overall collection before you ask a designer to go back and open up a file and make a change and then have a review. You can do that in real time. So you can make those adjustments and you can make those approvals, and then you can push them out onto your e-com sites if you want to get more information. Maybe you want to crowdsource some things or generate some marketing content or generate more interest about the product before you decide which product that you're going to make. So what we're able to do here is really lay the foundation for endless opportunities of interaction with customers, interaction with different user bases, your different suppliers. If you have your suppliers that are generating this product for you, you can have them show you a subset of the product, and you can interact with it, make changes, make suggestions, and then work on that iterative process through the PLM solution directly with your suppliers instead of sending this information through email. Any changes that are made are stored immediately within the PLM solution, and that becomes your single source of truth of how, or I should say, what is the most recent thing, so that you don't have confusion of, well, I thought it was this, we made this change, oh, never mind, now this has been updated to this. Removes all of that confusion and really provides that single source of truth and that underpinning solution for the entire product lifecycle management, including the different planning solutions and beyond.
So for all questions that you actually have for Griff, there's actually quite a few of those in the comments section, Griff. So I would really like to invite you to go and answer them in YouTube.
Sure.
But thank you very much for all of that information, because actually the one thing that if we can't be consistent, the data has to be somewhere, right?
It
I mean,
does.
and one of the big problems we've got is that we actually, I mean, I don't know about you, but I have no library tagging system for my own personal life on my photos even. So it just doesn't quite work. And if I exponentially put that into the amazing amount of like SKUs that we have in any kind of corporation, it just needs to be housed somewhere where everybody can get at it, right?
Exactly. And then what you can do with it, what you can enable your platform to do is incredible. It's endless. Once you have all of the data in one place and you know what you want to do with it and how you can present it, I mean, the sky's the limit.
So with that, I want to thank you so much for being here with Centric, and we're going to move on to the next speaker. It is our great pleasure to bring on Maxim. He has showed us some really cool stuff, and he's here to show you actually all of this very cool AR stuff that they've been working on, and how you can really bring your collections to the fore. So with that, Maxim, please take it away.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here today at the 3D Tech Fest first day. My name is Maxim Reikrut. I'm the CPO at 010. So without any further ado, let's start. 010 is a platform, and let's start with what kind of platform it is. We are essentially a leading AR fashion platform with unique try-on experiences for virtual clothing. We connect brands and designers to users all over the world. We do plenty of things. Number one, we are a digital fashion platform where you could browse items and actually buy them as in-app purchases or NFTs. Number two, we have incredible real-time live augmented reality try-on. So items look as if they would in real life on your phone's camera. And number three, last but not least, we have amazing photo try-on where you could dress up photos from your library with digital garments from the 010 platform. All of this is powered by some unique technology. So we have our own custom body tracking to accurately apply the garments. We have segmentation to detect and correctly cover or uncover body parts. We have beautiful cloth simulation. And we are working on a ton of internal technology to transform high polygon 3D models, which are customary for digital clothes, into low poly ones ready for augmented reality. And here is a video of how we compare to the competition. This item was created by one of the open call competition participants on both platforms, 010 and Snapchat, and you could see what the differences are here. So, but what is open call? Now, this summer, we ran a huge, large-scale competition for digital clothing designers. We were incredibly impressed with the results, but that's something I'm going to tell you about later. We ran this in July, August. We had 3 big prizes, the biggest obviously being, actually getting put into AR, but we also had some monetary prizes as well. The winners were determined by a popular vote on a specifically created website. And we were accepting submissions created with Chloe and Marvelous Designer to, essentially the same industry standard. Why did we do this? So we know that augmented reality for 3D garments that are usually purely works of art, augmented reality is something that gives them practical purpose. There are very few AR platform options available to digital garment designers. They're not always easy to enter, and we think ours is best optimized for clothing. We were getting an incredible amount of requests already on a daily basis. We still are. Actually, people write to us every day and they want in. And we wanted to give independent designers an easy way to present the garments in augmented reality, and especially with the high quality that we provide. And the results were amazing. 521 signups. 191 works were accepted out of 259 submissions. And all of that, the top 3 winners were decided with over 15,000 votes cast. I think this is pretty impressive for something we didn't even expect to be that big. And because of the sheer amount and the quality and the beauty of all the garments we got, we decided that 3 items, wouldn't be enough. So we actually are working with the designers and 3D design communities to release more items. 3D design communities are acting as curators, and they're picking their favorites out of the incredible 191 digital garments. And we're slowly releasing them every week, essentially. And the users loved this. So the best performers out of the ones that we have released so far delivered up to double the average conversion rate, which already is pretty high. We've seen some incredible, amazing content on social networks. And all of this is essentially leading us to opening up 010. We realized that, this is something we have to do now, getting all of this attention. So the biggest thing we want to work on would be the 010 open platforms, essentially a place where every digital designer, brand, or a small studio would be able to enter, where we would make it much easier to convert the existing clothing, because obviously for the open call we had to do it all internally with our set of tools and some manual operation. We want to make this more accessible. We want to create design tools for augmented reality. We want to make it possible for business to also, enjoy the benefits of the open platform. And this is the big work in progress that we're working on right now. Number 2, I think, is obviously the open platform won't be ready tomorrow, but there are brands that want in. And because of that, we want to give them an option to join 010 as it is right now. So, by actually getting an AR collection in the app with some e-commerce integration options. This is something we have done already with Maisie Willen. And, well, an up-and-coming but very interesting designer from Los Angeles. And we saw some incredible results when it came to the user engagement and how many people actually led to her website. Now, we also want to give bigger e-commerce players a nice option to integrate 010's tech, because we think this technology stands on its own and we could just integrate it. So we're working on 010 SDK, which will work on iOS and web. We already have some prototypes running here. And we think this could be an incredible thing to actually boost sales and decrease returns when it comes to clothing, because we all know that while the item not fitting the customer style is not the biggest reason for return, it's still one of the big ones. So we think that this could actually alleviate this pain for the e-commerce. But we also have some exciting stuff coming up for offline retail, which is something we call AI Mirror. So this is real footage from our pop-up store that I will tell you about in the next slide. And we think this might help the big players just sell items that are not in stock locally, because it's obviously some players are already doing that. They are driving sales using apps and using just very, very, very nice and well-taught sales assistants. But what if you could actually show the person what the item would look on them? So this could be pretty big, we think, and this is something that already exists. We are very proud of how it functions. So because of all of these things, we actually have launched the first ever physical store for digital clothing in New York City. This happened last week, and it runs until the end of this week. This is a collaboration between 010 and Crosby Studios, who have worked with Balenciaga, Valentino, Nike, and many others. And it's a new kind of retail space that we've imagined. It's getting some incredible attention. So it's not just the people that are coming in and taking incredible photos and videos. We are getting really good press here. And we think that this could be the future of what digital fashion could do, and maybe the future of retail. Who knows? So this is really the end of the presentation so far. And you can try 010 right now if you want to. And of course, there are contact details as well.
So we have some questions for you.
Wow.
People want to know why first of all, Jonian Leah has said, this looks amazing. Are there any plans to make an Android app as well?
Well, so I mean, our core technology is sort of heavily based on what Apple have done with iOS, but we obviously know that, we know the needs of e-commerce, which is why we're doing the web solution. And we're also doing, I mean, when we say we're doing the web solution, this also means that we'll have photo try-on, which is equally stunning, I think, as good as real time. It will be available for Android users as well once we're done with this.
And does this mean that anybody can go to your store in Soho?
Well, I mean, you have to sign up online. The slots are limited, but yeah, you're all welcome. And it will be a great pleasure for us to see you, and
they want to know what the address is.
Oh yeah, it's 138 Worcester Street.
138 Worcester Street.
Yeah, and of course you could just sign up on crosby.010.app.
Somebody will put
type
that
it in somewhere.
We have to type it in somewhere at some point.
Yeah.
But I mean, the reception has been amazing, right? Do you think that some of your users are actually are mostly Gen Z, or are they, is there a generational gap on this, or how does that really work?
Well, I think that there would obviously be a huge precedence, of Gen Z and probably millennials over the others. But I think it's actually a very inclusive app because we make it possible for anyone, no matter what their age, no matter what their shape, no matter what their skin color. 010 is very inclusive when it comes to this. So I think that even though it might be attracting more Gen Z users right now, we're definitely ready for pretty much anyone who might use this.
And how do you hope that the big corporations will incorporate, like the big brands would incorporate something like this into their everyday kind of, what's your kind of vision for the future for some of these guys?
Well, I mean, there are so many visions, but of course we could talk about how we could just simply drive sales of the traditional, physical garments, how it could be a platform for a new trend that I think is here to stay and to develop of digital garments. And I think that brands could always do a healthy mix of something physical and very concrete and use 010's tech to sell that. And they could also do some digital garments that could only exist in the digital space, because, I mean, this is something that we had the most success with the open call. So the designers that came to the competition, they are thinking completely out of the box. They are creating items that could never, ever, ever be physical, or they would be incredibly ridiculous, unwearable, and even unsuitable even for the red carpet, really. And this stuff could exist in virtual reality and just, drive the brand image maybe further. So, we think it's a healthy mix, really. This tech could be used for both physical garments and the future digital stuff.
Which basically means to all the call out to all of the people who are actually watching today is that you really have to make your digital garments.
And there are so many incredible solutions for 3D models as well, as we've seen earlier.
And there are, as well as the fact that, like this whole industry is like, it's coming to a forefront, right? We can't just, there's one side of it that's just digital, and there's one side of that's like, both digital and physical, and then there's just physical, right? So we have to be ready for the mix of things. And so I really love all of the work that you're doing. Okay, I'm going to ask you a little bit of a question, but do you have much competition in this space?
Well, I mean, we do have some competition. Of course, there is DressX, who are doing incredible work. There is Snapchat, who are developing competing technology and have been here, for a longer time. And I think this is fantastic because this actually means that this market exists. There is a true demand and there is, a true supply for the digital garment try-on. It would have been really horrible if we had no competition. That would have meant that we're doing something really weird.
And exactly, and actually, rising tide raises all boats, right? So,
exactly.
And we're so excited to see what you have in store. I know that my team are going down there at some point this week to go see. So we're super excited to have you on, and thank you so much for today. If there are any other questions, please ask Maxim either on his app or on the comment section. And with this, last stretch of the day for me, it's now nearly midnight. I'm still in the spooky office. But the next person that I'm bringing on is Elisa Harka. And Elisa and I have been talking about what I call her the China decoder, because she's actually really somebody who can explain some of the trends that are happening in China to an audience that, sometimes, we haven't been able to be inside China for like the past 3 years. And things move so quickly there that we feel that it's really important that we actually are able to show you some of the expectations of the Chinese market, the Chinese consumer, especially the Gen Z Chinese consumer as well. And, the kinds of things that, we would never have been able to create at the speed in which they created behind the Great Firewall. So with that, Brooke, would you help us to bring up everything?
Hi everyone, I am Elisa Harka and I am the co-founder of Red Ant Asia. We are a marketing agency based between Hong Kong and Shanghai, and I'm super excited to hopefully help you decode the rather complex China digital universe just a little bit. So before we jump inside the digital world of China, a little bit about us to give you context. So we're Red Ant Asia, we're about 10 years old, and our purpose is to inspire imaginations about today's China. Our mission is to authentically connect next generation brands to China's generation now. We live, breathe, eat, sleep the Chinese culture, and we are a pioneering, creator-led, commerce-centered marketing agency. And we have the privilege of working with some of the top retail brands from all over the world, covering beauty, fashion, and lifestyle. So that's enough about us. And let me help you try to understand a little bit about that modern, elusive Chinese consumer. So we kind of describe them as individualists. They're very, very different to their parents and their grandparents, and China is very different to 30 years ago. This group of millennials and Gen Z have had the privilege of growing up in a significantly digitally savvy world and are much wealthier than their parents and grandparents were. So they had the luxury of wanting to be rule breaking, walking their own path, really doing the best they can to self-express. And this is really key to understanding what they're looking for when it comes to a brand retail perspective. They're open-minded and seekers, especially the Gen Z, who are the post-95 age group and make up approximately 20% of the population. And actually, they currently have about 15% of the household income. So they're very important in terms of where the dollar goes in China. Now, these Gen Zers really value brands that go beyond just product and marketing and really have a true brand story that helps them fuel what they call their self-expression. They've departed from the naked materialism and they're looking to commit to more deeper values that go beyond just the expected. For them, personalization is a right, not a privilege. So China's generation now, in summary, they're educated and global. They're pursuing a lifestyle, something their parents couldn't do. They're connected yet isolated. So remember, this generation still is generally from the one-child policy. So many of them don't have siblings. So they often find those connections online. So they have this love-hate relationship with the digital world. So the new face of China is very modern. And as I was saying, earlier, they really have to look at brands and want to look at brands in a very different way. When we look 30 years ago, their parents and grandparents would be looking at brands and just kind of accepting them at face value, almost worshipping them in a way. This isn't the same for the young generation in China now. They want brands that appeal to both the modern Chinese vibe as well as the traditional Chinese aesthetic. And this trend is called the Guoqiao trend. And brands from the West are also trying to tap into this nostalgia culture as well. Authentic cultural appreciation. So this is a hot topic, and brands, international brands especially, have found really, really lovely ways of doing it authentically. A couple of examples that are worth looking at that have done it with true artisan spirit are Hermes, who collaborated with Neri and Hu, the architects, and worked with puppet theatres that came from villages outside of Chengdu. The Cartier and Palace Museum together have produced a beautiful exhibition where products were on display that were a mixture of jewelry that was inspired by Chinese culture as well as European traditions too. Both really fabulous examples of cultural appreciation rather than appropriation. So now we jump inside the China digital landscape. China has absolutely leapfrog analog to digital. So mobile payments are ubiquitous. Cash is kind of almost non-existent in China anymore. If you can't pay with WeChat Pay, people think you're quite crazy. App-based transport, we have Mobike, Didi, you know, the Ubers of the world. Actually, Didi acquired Uber. And we have an ecosystem of convenience from food shopping to any kind of delivery that you're looking for. And the concept of new retail has really been about integrating online and offline. So Hema, that comes from the Alibaba group, Starbucks has been incredibly innovative in this space and really ensuring that that massive country is fully connected through the online ecosystem. Channel overload. Now, this is a really scary slide and kind of shows you how mind-boggling the China digital ecosystem is. Probably for every one online platform we have in the West, they have 3 to 4. But don't worry, we're not going to go inside all of them. Today, we're just going to focus on the ones that are most useful for you from a marketing perspective. So let's start with the Chinese shopping journey. So if we look at the inspiration, evaluation, purchase, and post-purchase funnel, the key channels that we care about are Weibo, the microblogging platform, Douyin, the video platform that is the owner of TikTok. We have Red, which is a user discovery platform, WeChat, and we have Tmall, the e-commerce platform, the dominant e-commerce platform in China that goes through various stages of that customer's shopping journey. Now, to give you a little bit more insight into the 4 marketing channels, we're leaving aside Tmall because that could take a whole nother session. I'll give you a quick insight to what they are and how you can best refer to them. So the top 4 that you need to think about when you're doing marketing in China are Weibo, WeChat, Red, and Douyin. So Weibo, as I just mentioned, is very much a microblogging platform. So most like Twitter meets Facebook meets Instagram. It's a one-to-many channel. It's kind of the OG of channels, so a little bit old-fashioned, you could say these days. But when brands are working with celebrities, it's a really important channel, especially for driving back to e-commerce channels such as Tmall. WeChat is the super app of all apps. It's a closed ecosystem, a one-to-one platform. It has its own e-commerce functionality within the platform. It's great for CRM, and it's great for kind of providing in-depth stories about brands. Red, if you're in the beauty or fashion space, is a channel that you should be on. Our team calls it the girls' hack to their daily life. It's female-focused channel, and it's most like Pinterest meets Instagram meets Polyvore, essentially. And it's a UGC platform, so a lot of the content that is profiled is actually from the user base rather than from brands. And then last but not least, Douyin, the Chinese TikTok, or vice versa. TikTok is the Western Douyin. It is the video-based platform that has had huge growth, especially this year, and becoming a lot more mainstream. And it's also got its e-commerce elements enabled inside. That's one of the key differences you'll find about Chinese social networks, is that they are very much social commerce networks, not just social networks. So they are ahead of the West from that side of things. So I'd like to give you some examples of how to best use these channels and give you some relevant smart Chinese marketing cases. So let's start with WeChat, the super app of all apps. Now, I'll assume that many of you won't have seen how you can best use WeChat. So here's an example from Jimmy Choo. We like to say that it's like a brand's website within an app. And it's a great place to house your brand content that can be shown in multi-formats, most like a magazine, but a very digitized magazine with videos, sliding images, a lot of moving content, a lot of in-app functionality. And it's a great place to kind of house that brand content and really kind of go deep. It hasn't got an equivalent in the West. We can't say WhatsApp is anywhere near it. It's not. You really have to kind of jump inside and see, like on the left here, you can see down below, you've got navigation, which you can most akin to like having your website navigation. So for brands who perhaps don't have the luxury of translating a Chinese website or don't have the interest in doing it just yet, WeChat can kind of plug the gap. It can be your Chinese website. GIFs, music, animation. With China, everything is about movement. Still static is boring. People hit the snooze button. You can, if you see a QR code, we'll send the presentation afterwards. You can scan it and have a look at the examples a bit more close up and center. Now, this one you definitely need to scan because I can't show it to you on the screen, but it's a fabulous example of WeChat at its best. So this is actually one long vertical image and is animated. And you can see how WeChat really goes beyond in terms of long form content. And this is actually from a Chinese cosmetic brand who worked with a creator to produce this. And it's a fabulously beautiful story of old Shanghai. You scroll down and down and down the article, and then when you get to the end, you find out that it is a collaboration with a brand. Very clever, very beautiful, and a great example of the creativity that can come within the WeChat channel. Here is another example from WeChat too. This is now horizontal. You can see it's slightly animated and tapping into that nostalgia trend. It feels like an old Chinese painting, but it's actually talking about Alibaba and its shopping festivals. So it's from the old to the new, perfectly integrated and really exciting for that modern Chinese consumer. Now onto the metaverse. This is the 3D event. So all the buzz is about 3D, metaverse, digital, etc. And what we would say is that 2021 really was the first year of the metaverse in China. Perhaps it was the first year of the metaverse really in the rest of the world, but we saw China really kind of take the virtual world and integrate it more seamlessly into the real world. And we've seen this in 3 stages actually. So the first stage is the adoption of virtual influencers. And they're actually seen as the least risky option, considering some uncertainties around other aspects of the metaverse in China. Second is the introduction of virtual products, which we call NFTs. or they're actually called NFT-powered digital collectibles now in mainland, and L'Oreal launched Reds of Worth NFT. Third is partnerships with the metaverse platform, so working with developers to create 3D virtual experiences, such as SK2, the cosmetic brand's shopping experience center called SK2 City. So virtual KOLs, the early wave, actually kind of came out of the creator space. And the Voicer is what we call a WeMedia, so a WeChat magazine. And they created this virtual influencer called Poker a couple of years ago. And she was actually an intern inside their WeMedia magazine. Now we would say that the virtual KOLs have actually started to go mainstream in China. And this is a virtual KOL I'm sure you'll come across a lot now that I'm introducing you to her. And her name is Ayayi. She is from a creator who launched her and did a lot of very interesting campaigns with brands such as Guerlain, LV, even Ambrosio. They developed the world's first digital yogurt together for Ayayi. But now Tmall and Alibaba have actually hired her as a digital employee, and she became the mastermind behind the Tmall Super Brand Day. So for brands now who want to work with Ayayi, rather than going to the creators, they go and work with her for Tmall and Alibaba activations. So again, bringing the whole content, creator, and commerce into a 360 brand experience. So I mentioned the Super Brand Day and the Metaverse. So this was a great activation that took place for Alibaba and Tmall during their 618 festival this year. 7 brands participated in the show. So for example, Off-White, Makeup Forever, even Cornetto and Budweiser got involved. And virtual clothing made from VR and 3D was offered to designers to go beyond what physical fabrics could allow. And consumers who bought items from the brands in the show received a limited edition virtual costume for their digital collection. They also could turn the AR wear function on after receiving the collection and wear virtual clothing through the AR filter. And each digital garment was limited to 2,000 items. And I have a video for you to show you what this Tmall 618 live in the metaverse looked like. Pretty fun. So let me play it for you. So pretty cool activation coming from Tmall, the e-commerce multi-brand platform in China. So the other thing I want to introduce you to is from the same founders of Ayayi. She was featured in that video. I hope you spotted her. Is China's leading art toy, and he is called Robbie. He's this character sitting here in the middle. This is another example of how traditional and future are merging and integrating seamlessly in China. So it's a futuristic yet cultural heritage design. It's actually inspired by the Jade Rabbit from China's first lunar rover. And he's seen as a mystery fantasy turned into a collectible gift. I also have a little video for you so you can see Robbie in action, and brands collaborate with him to tap into his Gen Z community. And it's a phygital experience. So let me let the video do the talking. So as you can see, that was a co-branded campaign with the NBA, and this content and the physical and digital Robbie will live across multiple platforms, some of the ones that I shared earlier, as well as others in China. So into gaming, as you can imagine, gaming increased a lot, especially during the Shanghai lockdown. It was a horrendous time for Shanghainese people living in Shanghai during that time. They were locked down for 70 days, couldn't leave their house at all. And then we saw the rise of gaming coming through that. And Balenciaga launched a very cool campaign that again tapped into this futuristic nostalgia trend, which was called the 520 Video Game Hall. And it was a virtual arcade game featuring pixel art and realistic soundscapes. So it was a mini 8-bit low pixel game, and it was available on the brand's WeChat channel until May 20th. Now, May 20th is a key shopping festival in Chinese. It sounds like I love you. So it's almost like the unofficial Valentine's Day. And the Balenciaga campaign was very clever to launch this limited time game, and people could look at the collection in the experience and in the game. And those who finished the game actually got to have a limited edition red pocket cover. A red pocket is something that you give out to people during Chinese New Year. It's like a kind of gifting thing, but it was digital. And this was also released in line with some photos and WeChat memes that people were free to download. So a really nice example of gaming being launched for a specific e-commerce moment, tapping into future and nostalgia trends. So as I mentioned at the beginning, social commerce is front and center. This is a little bit of an older example, but it's one of the best examples ever. So Becky Lee is one of the top influencers in China. We work with her a lot. And a few years ago, she worked with Mini Cooper. And via her Weibo channel, she sold 100 limited edition minis in just 4 minutes. And it totaled nearly 30 million renminbi. O2O, so phygital experiences. I think China is at the forefront of this. Before phygital was even a word, if I can say it even now, O2O was the buzzword in China marketing. And a great example of phygital coming to life, O2O, is Bulgari invited consumers in Shanghai to visit a wishing pool in Rome that was in Shanghai, and it was a mixture of real world and digital experiences. So when consumers got to the event, they could scan a QR code to take them to WeChat to play a digital game, and then they could send a virtual coin into the wishing pool. A really nice merger of the real and the virtual worlds. So China speed, it's the innovation mindset. It's being resourceful, ability to pivot, failing fast and moving on. It's a wild ride. It's very exciting. I've been in the market for over 10 years and it's never a dull moment. So hopefully you feel like you understand the Chinese digital landscape a little bit more. If you have any more questions, I am really happy to answer them anytime. You can see my information at the end of the deck, and look forward to hearing from you, and enjoy the rest of the show. Talk to you soon. Bye.
So one of the reasons why we actually bring up a lot of the China part is because, you know, we sit in Hong Kong here, and I think there's a really big part where we actually have to bridge what is the perception of actually what's happening in China, and also generationally what that perception actually is. It's very, very different because, you know, you cannot do anything at the speed in which like this market and this consumer market actually wants to hear from you. And we don't even think, I mean, if you think the next day shipping is fast, right? We're talking about next hour shipping in some of the cities in China. And albeit that COVID has actually tamped down that little bit, but in general, I think one of the things that we actually should know is that a lot of these things that are happening in different countries have a huge effect on the whole kind of the whole ecosystem. And you know, there's kind of these leapfrogs that actually happen both generationally and in each of these countries that actually makes us think about where we want to go to later. So with that, we are going to take a 10-minute break, and at 12:30 we've got actually something really interesting happening, which is how do we take all of that information that we've got today and all of the 3D things and all the things that we've talked about, like in Gen Z and all of the different generations, and how do we look at this in the metaverse? And to do that with us, we have last year's speaker, who was Danny Loftus. And last year when I talked to Danny, the amazing thing was that she said to me, we're at the start of this, and I didn't have a clue what was going on. And she schooled me. Like, she actually, firstly, it's quite amazing to be schooled by somebody who's like 20-something years your junior. I could be her mom. But she pretty much laid out the whole situation of what was going online. So I know it's been nearly 3 hours worth of programming. I leave you all to go get something to eat. As you can tell, I've raided the pantry in Alvanon, which I have to say is not very well stocked right now, because all I could find were Oreos and an orange. So we'll have to have a talk about that later. We need some better snacks. And keep the stream running, and we'll be back at 12:30 to have the next to welcome the next speaker. This is a masterclass, and you don't really want to miss that. Bye. Welcome back, everyone. It is my great pleasure to introduce you to Danny Loftus. Danny last year was the person who schooled me on all things metaverse. And she's here to tell us a little bit about her adventures, as well as the state of, I can't even speak anymore. But actually, Danny, where are you?
So I'm currently in Mexico City.
See, I get to live vicariously through you. I leave you to tell us everything that you know. And thank you so much for doing this masterclass. It's wonderful for everybody, you know, for all of those people who have no idea what the metaverse is, which is basically me included, and all of this crypto stuff and everything else that is like linked to that and gaming. We basically have you to explain everything to us. So I leave you to it. Have a really wonderful masterclass, and I will be watching you on YouTube.
Thank you so much for having me, Janice. Hi, everyone. For the next 45 minutes, I am going to be running you through what I see as my masterclass on the state of next generation fashion. So what we're going to be talking about today is the digitally native fashion industry, why it exists, what it is, who the people are who both wear it and create it, and then finally, where we're moving from here. Before I start, I wanted to tell you a little bit about me and why I'm the one giving you this course. So my name is Danny, and I am the founder of originally a content platform called This Outfit Does Not Exist. And this is a really important, 45 minutes to conduct for me, because I fell down the digital fashion rabbit hole in 2020, so 2 years ago now. And I think sharing the reasons that I was compelled to look into digital fashion and now to build my career around it will hopefully also be eye-opening and compelling for you. So I grew up absolutely loving fashion. However, I ended up pursuing a path in emerging tech, and it got to midway through the pandemic, and like a lot of us, I was sitting on my sofa by myself, and I followed fashion tech quite closely, and I also followed the gaming space quite closely. And my job at that point was going into FTSE 100 companies and saying, here's how emerging technology is going to change your industry, and here's how you should respond. But I'd never, ever been staffed on any project to do with fashion, even though my entire social life, my entire personal pursuits were around the industry. So I'm sitting on my sofa and I read an article where Gucci said that they're going to start designing clothes to be worn solely digitally. And it completely clicked to my head. I was looking at this world of the creator economy where 50 million people earn a living through social media. And I think, like a lot of us, my whole life was social media based at that point. And all of a sudden, it was this idea that clothes could be produced digitally, making them hyper sustainable, more economically efficient for businesses. And I saw our digital identities develop and grow. And so I expected to see a ton of people working in this industry, a ton of Instagram accounts when I started Googling. And there was almost nothing. And so I started This Outfit Does Not Exist as a way to educate people around the industry and why it was going to be the future. And so I would write these 5,000 word essays on that. And then I would also post photos of myself wearing the clothing to bring it to life in, let's say, the aesthetic imagination. And that started as my side hustle in January of 2021. And the entire industry blew up in February, March with the NFT and digital asset boom. And I was fortunate to become one of the leading figures in the movement. I now also act as an investor in the digital fashion space through an investment vehicle called Red DAO. And so we own everything from the Dolce & Gabbana Doge crown, so the most expensive digital fashion purchase ever made, to young emerging designers. And we're really trying to foster the ecosystem through the work that we do. And then finally, I am the founder and CEO of a platform called Drop, which I'll speak to you about a little bit later. But essentially, the purpose of what Drop is doing is really trying to expand the consumer base of digital fashion by bringing both the most talented creators who are digitally native and brands, and also creating the infrastructure for a fully formed consumer experience in the digital fashion space. But enough about me. To begin with, let's talk about digital fashion and why it's so pertinent and important right now. So, over the past 2 years, the fashion industry has moved from one of the most notorious digital laggards to an industry thrust into the digital realm. During the pandemic, between 2019 and 2020, e-com sales almost doubled. And now we exist in a state where there are these consistent pressures to move into the metaverse, into fully virtual realms, in order to, on the one hand, target a new generation of consumers, but on the other hand, just keep up with the Joneses, and the Joneses being these new digitally native brands. Before we talk about digital fashion, I want to just first of all talk about fashion and think about fashion as an entire business in and of itself. It's a $3 trillion industry. There are 80 billion new items consumed each year, and the fashion and textile industry is the 4th largest in the world, and it's 2% of total GDP, which I think really breaks down this question. Why? Why is it such a large industry? One of the things and one of the ways that we've evolved since industrialization is that we no longer consume clothes because we need to keep warm. We need to have our bodies protected. It's now all of the additional functions of fashion. So it's the conveyance of our identities. And I think if you really break down why we shop in relation to this idea of identity, there are 3 core reasons. Firstly, we shop to self-express. We wear the clothes that we wear to show those around us who we are. And then within that, there are 2 other categories. The first of which is affiliation. So we dress the way that we dress to show the groups that we would like to be associated with. And I think that's very much why we consume brand. But even the styles or the trends that you engage with. Yes, you're going to wear something because it fits your body nicely, but it's also because it says a certain thing about who you are. And then finally, it's this idea of showing status. So if we think about this idea of brand, you're not only showing I'm affiliated with a certain group because of the brand I wear, you're also showing, maybe by the exclusivity of the item within the larger brand's collection, the status that you hold within that group of people who appreciate the way that you dress. So that's the core reason that we consume fashion. Fashion is in not the business of clothing, but the business of identity. And so I'm going to give you a couple of seconds to read the quote on the screen. "60% of Gen Z and 62% of millennials thinks how you present online is more important than how you present in person." This is slightly startling. And the first time that I saw this, I was mind blown. If it would have been that there was parity between these digital identities and our physical identities, that would have been one thing. But the idea that digital presence for the majority of millennials and Gen Z is more important than our physical lives, for me, was mind-blowing. But I think if you drill into this, digital identities are not something that we're going to see emerging in the next 5 years. They're not contingent on Facebook's movement into Meta or all of the things that we've heard over the past couple of years around the metaverse. They're actually things that are present right now. And the way that I see it, they're present in 2 distinct ways. The first way is what I call curated digital identities. And so these are the digital identities that 99% of us put out there through social media. When we use social platforms, everything from Twitter to LinkedIn to TikTok to Instagram, what we're doing is we're taking snippets of our physical lives, we're curating them, and then we're putting them online onto these digital platforms to express who we are. And unsurprisingly, there are 4.7 billion social media users. The second type, which is a far more emergent category, I call created digital identities. And so if you take this first category of Web 2 social media, and I'll go a little bit into what Web 2 or Web 3 means, but the large platforms that we engage with, like Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, etc., that I expressed before, we now have these new platforms which don't rely on our physical lives at all. So instead of selecting moments and curating them, you are creating yourself, the way that you look, how you self-express, and the moments that you engage with digitally from the bottom up. And this category right now is mostly pervasive through gaming. So we've seen gaming as a vertical completely take off over the past 3 to 5 years. We are now at a place where there are 3.3 billion gamers. And this ranges from casual gamers who, let's say may play Candy Crush on their phone, to gamers who engage with platforms like Fortnite, platforms like Roblox. And in those platforms, you're engaging as an avatar. So you're engaging in a fully creative digital version of yourself. And then, of course, this brings us to the third category, which is this emerging category, which is the metaverse. So the metaverse, I would define as an overarching digital layer to our physical realities. And so that means that it's not only a fully digital layer where you're only immersing yourself through virtual reality or through games. It's also AR components. It will also be interactive experiences where you're pulled in the physical world to specific locations which correspond to a virtual realm. One of my favorite examples was a couple of years ago where Starbucks did a partnership with Pokemon Go. And there was a specific Pokemon which you would only be able to find in specific Starbucks stores where you could buy a specific drink. So for me, this was a very interesting cohesion between the physical and digital space. And we're also going to see more and more of those going forward. And so we have seen in the first 5 months of 2022, $120 billion invested in metaverse technology. And of course, I'm sure a lot of you saw that Facebook rebranded as Meta, which also shows that we're going to be moving into these social media networks, which instead of being based on our curated versions of our physical lives, will be directly avatar-based, so fully digital. And so we have a very strong connection to digital identity right now, which in the next few years is only going to increase and become more and more essential and more prevalent. And so this brings us on to digital fashion. So if you resonate with what I initially said, which is that fashion is in the business of identity, and increasingly our identities are becoming more and more digitally driven, it makes complete sense that digital fashion is going to be this burgeoning and increasingly growing market. But what actually is digital fashion? The way that I define it, digital fashion is just quite simply any worn garment created in the digital realm. And it falls into 3 forms. The first one is IRL, in real life digital fashion. The second one is ORL, or on real life digital fashion. And the third is URL, or unreal life digital fashion. So let me start by going a little bit deeper into those 3 categories. So IRL, in real life digital fashion, I recognize sounds very oxymoronic. However, it's quite simply any physical good with a digital counterpart. So this spans everything from technologies that Alvanon is really pioneering in, which is the facilitation of physical clothes but produced digitally for increased efficiency. And companies like Burberry have also been working around this. But recently, we've also seen the idea of digital fashion linked to a physical counterpart. So recently, there was a drop by a digital fashion designer and influencer called G-Money. And G-Money created a series of 1,000 shirts for 0.3 ETH, which is roughly $400 to $600. And you would have this physical fashion item with a digital counterpart. And every time you wore that physical fashion garment, the technology within it would allow you to somehow be rewarded. And it corresponds to a digital piece. We've also seen companies like Artifact do that, where you buy a pair of digital sneakers, which are then forged or created in the physical world. And so what you're doing here is you're really seeing this cohesion between physical and digital identities. But if in reality, it's not that much of a differentiation from physical fashion, apart from you're starting to see increased efficiency from these various digital mechanisms, but also this degree of cohesion between how you physically and digitally express. So to recap, IRL is physical fashion with a digital counterpart. Secondly is ORL, or on real life. And this is the category that really brought me into the industry. ORL is quite simply digital fashion worn on a physical human being. So in the 2 photos, you can see me dressed in an incredible digitally native designer called Tribute Brand. So the way that these photos were produced was there's a photo of me wearing a dress, and I sent it into Tribute Brand, and they rendered these digital dresses on top of my image. I was originally drawn in by these type of creators. They never create the garment in the physical, and I think however well rendered it is, you can kind of allude to that by the materials that are being used. But I really saw this as this immense opportunity for a hyper-unsustainable creator economy to become more innovative and more environmentally conscious. And I also saw it as this very exciting opportunity for consumers to make more informed purchasing decisions. So the fashion industry obviously works on simulating and stimulating demand. So you're saying, okay, this is a new item of clothing, we'd like people to buy it, utilizing advertising, utilizing a degree of pressure for people to evolve their identities. And with digital fashion, you could appeal to that base instinct, but have people altering how they dress in the digital realm, and then making more conscious purchasing decisions as a result around how they want to wear it physically. So Unreal Life encompasses these renders, and it also encompasses AR filters that companies like Snap are working on, companies like Instagram. And it is, again, to recap, quite simply, digital fashion worn on a physical human being. Now we come on to the final category, which is URL or Unreal Life. And this idea of Unreal Life is digital fashion sold direct to avatar. So it's digital fashion worn on a digital representation. And this can span everything from avatars in games to picture full profiles on Twitter, which is a Bored Ape or a CryptoPunk. And this is a really fascinating market because I think it's a market that's going to proliferate colossally over the next 5 years as we move into increasing quantities of these created rather than curated digital identities. One of the most interesting things about Unreal Life is that, as I said before, you're not tethered to the biological form that you have in the physical world. So if you look into games like Fortnite and Roblox, and the market for in-game skins, or these Unreal Life assets, is currently a multi-billion-dollar market. What you're seeing is people who may have never previously engaged with the fashion industry because maybe it doesn't resonate with the way that they look, or maybe the places that they go to express themselves are not the places where they necessarily can wear high fashion garments. All of a sudden in these digital realms are engaging in entirely new ways. And my favorite example of this is what's known as default culture. So default culture is essentially this phenomenon that exists in Fortnite. And you can actually see on the screen some Fortnite skins in collaboration with Balenciaga. But essentially what a default culture is players in Fortnite who go in with the most basic or default skin have been shown to be actively chastised by other players for not wearing customized or advanced skins, aka customized or advanced digital fashion. And if you look closely into the demographic of Fortnite, it's not the same people who are sitting front row at Fashion Week. It's people who you can largely assume in their everyday lives do not care about how they dress or the way they wear. And yet you look onto YouTube and there are genres of videos called default culture or default shaming with millions and millions and millions of views. And for me, this really shows that this Unreal Life vertical will lead to an entirely new consumer base proliferating within the fashion space who may have never engaged with fashion traditionally. And so to summarize, Unreal Life is digital fashion worn on digital people. And it will, in my opinion, become the largest of these three categories as we move into the future. So very quickly, I wanted to give you a quick market breakdown. So when I initially started in digital fashion, there were 3 players only. We now have a situation where you have digital natives, so that is digital fashion designers who were not large incumbents in the physical fashion space, who are creating digitally native brands and who really are responding to the mediums and their own personal experiences. And their entire break-in is around this digital fashion. And so you have these IRL, you have them ORL, you have them ERL. What you also have is what I would call trad break-ins. So we've gone from a place where traditional fashion brands are laggards to this place where every single traditional fashion brand has interacted with digital fashion in some way. It could be making their design process more efficient using IRL tools. Prada recently did an IRL collaboration where they released specific shirts where you needed an NFT to own one. Same thing with Adidas. It could be ORL, where companies like Prada, Fendi, and Marc Jacobs are collaborating with applications like Snapchat to show their new designs digitally, to facilitate expansion to a new consumer base, and to facilitate virtual try-on. And then URL, we've seen Balenciaga do skins with Fortnite, Gucci do a very fascinating experience with Roblox, same with Hilfiger. And the final thing that we're seeing is a union between these digital natives and these trad break-ins. So one of the most fascinating things, and I think it really speaks to the nascence of the industry, is that a lot of large fashion houses are partnering up with companies that are 6 months, 8 months old in order to understand and target this digitally native audience. A great company called 10KTF, for example, which was founded by Beeple, amongst others, recently partnered with Gucci to do an experience where you could dress your picture for profile in Gucci clothing. And I think what's fascinating is everyone's looking for a roadmap into this industry, into a way to integrate with digital fashion. And we'll go into this in a little bit, but it's no longer just a hyper-innovative technology that only a few young players are using. It's now something that's being seen as essential across all luxury fashion and all wider fashion businesses. And this brings us on really to the future of digital fashion. Where we are at the moment is the industry is 1 or 2 years old. Everybody is in a hyper-experimental phase, and we're very, very nascent. So I wanted to briefly cover how I think it's going to evolve and what we really need to push digital fashion forward into something that is easy to use for traditional brands and businesses, and something that's also compelling to a consumer base. Because as fashion is in the business of identity, if the way that you dress does not signal anything about you, or if you do not have platforms to express who and what you are when you're wearing these clothing, it's essentially rendered redundant. So that brings me on to what I call the identity versus ownership dilemma. As I said before, digital fashion is in the business of identity. And therefore, it's crucial when you wear digital fashion that you can interact with others. We have these platforms currently, both in the ORL and the URL space, which facilitate this en masse, truly. So Fortnite has 80.4 million monthly active users. Roblox has 220 million. And obviously we have sites like Instagram and sites like TikTok, as AR further accelerates in how advanced it is, that really allow you to wear your digital clothes and have other people appreciate them and really have them as these vessels to express who you are in the same way that you do in the physical world. However, there is a very fundamental problem, and that is that the goods on these platforms are not owned by you. So in Fortnite, for example, a player spends an average of $108. And yet, if Fortnite went bust tomorrow, or if you wanted to move your clothes off platform, you have no ability to do that. In the same way, your ability to monetize, so resell, rent these garments, is capped if it is even available at all. And it's the same around modification. So I think you can essentially think of the digital fashion ecosystem as it pertains to being able to move on platforms where you can really go around and express who you are, to being stuck in a mall where you can buy an amazing outfit from the shop, but you can only wear it to show who you are to other mall goers. You can't take it outside of the mall. You can't take it into a different neighborhood. And you can only resell it through the original store that you bought it, and you cannot modify it. And if you think about that from the perspective of a physical fashion consumer, it's not particularly compelling. And that moves us into what is known as Web3. Web3 is the solution to this problem, because on the absolute most simple level, It allows digital fashion to be ownable, tradable, monetizable, and modifiable. But what exactly is Web3? Web3 is the third evolution of web technologies, and it incorporates concepts such as decentralization, blockchain, token-based economics. Over the past year and a half, the idea of NFT, or a non-fungible token, has been everywhere, it's boomed, and I think there are both positive and negative connotations of it now. Quite simply though, what it means is it's a good that is traceable and stored on a blockchain. And what it facilitates for fashion is these four components, which at the very, very least, give digital fashion the same utility and the same abilities that you would expect from a physical fashion garment. However, there's more. And this is going to involve me going slightly more into the mechanisms behind NFTs, but I'm going to do this at a very, very high level. So the first thing that NFTs facilitate, because they are on the blockchain, is that they can really empower creatives. I think there are two very important ways that they can do this. First of all, this idea of exposure. And this idea of exposure is relating to the fact that the fashion industry has had a pretty severe trademark or copyright problem, where both in terms of luxury goods from high-end brands being infringed upon, but also, especially recently in this space, there have been luxury brands taking designs from young designers. When you store something on the blockchain, you are unable to modify it. It is stored concretely, transparently, forever. So if I was a fashion designer, I can put my design onto the blockchain. Let's say the date is the 13th of September. You will be able to see that I was the first one to log that design. And therefore, in terms of copyright infringement, it facilitates this new ability for ownership or creator rights to be immutable. The second element is this element of fair compensation. As I said before, blockchains are unchangeable, and they also allow you to program in specific functions which will operate over and over forever without the need for somebody to consistently check on them. And then one of the most interesting of these is a royalty mechanism. With the majority of NFTs, you can program in secondary royalties forever. So if I am an emerging designer, I can say 10% of every single sale of my item will come back to me. So I think this is very prominent and very important when it comes to the emerging fashion space, because you'll often have an item which begins at $200 but becomes coveted and maybe goes to $2,000, $20,000 in time. But the initial creator is never rewarded. This new mechanism allows creators to receive consistent reimbursement for the work that they do and what they create. And the final thing around this fair compensation mechanism is digital fashion really has the ability to cut out the middlemen. So one of the things that really brought me in was the fact that currently we operate in a fashion industry which is highly gated. In order to break in, you need, first of all, a very large initial sum of money to be able to produce your designs, to be able to have materials, to be able to have a studio, etc. And then you also need this idea of access to specific stores, to specific individuals in the fashion industry in order to get that access and exposure. With digital fashion, you need little more than the cost of a computer and digital design software, and you can create your designs online. Use URL technology or URL to get them onto either somebody like me or a digital avatar in a game. And then from there, you can build up your career, you can make sales. And that's also exactly what blockchain technology facilitates. You have platforms which are middleman less. So platforms which instead of buyers may take 1%, 2% of these fees, which is really going to bring in an entirely new generation of designers from all over the world who can receive fair compensation for their work and are incentivized to work as a result. The second type is advanced customer connections. When somebody buys something on the blockchain, you have access or the ability to see what's known as their wallet, which is a proprietary address that belongs to them. Once you have access, you can give these customers new opportunities, new loyalty rewards, or even specific access to events based on this ability to track whether or not they're holding an asset. So 2 examples of this I'm going to draw on is, first of all, what's known as an airdrop. So an airdrop is when a company within the NFT space says, Danny is one of my first consumers. I've seen her loyalty. I've seen that she's held this good for 2 years, let's say. And I therefore will reward her by sending her an additional digital good into her wallet. And this has really proliferated within the NFT space as a way of making consumers feel rewarded for how long they've held a good, their loyalty to the product, the loyalty to the brand, etc. The second type that's interesting is this idea of access. With NFTs, you have the ability, as I said before, to really validate whether or not somebody is a loyal holder of your good. And increasingly, there are these experiences where only holders of a specific good or product can access digital or real life experiences. Artifact, which is the sneaker brand which recently got acquired by Nike, through an incredible party in New York, which only Artifact holders could access. You can imagine extrapolating this in the physical world, and especially in the fashion world, to having only specific holders who have held things for specific amounts of time, being able to access private sales, to be able to access fashion weeks, to be able to access parties. So Web3 and NFTs gives an entirely new ability to connect with your consumer. Finally, the third point is this idea of the financialization of fashion. Fashion has traditionally not been seen as an investment. You have specific platforms like StockX and the sneaker world where shoes are traded and bought and sold like investable assets, but in the widest capacity possible. Fashion is not seen as an investable asset, it's seen as a consumer good. Something that I find fascinating about digital fashion is that you have the ability to move and make that transition. And I think one of the most considerable reasons for that is that digital fashion does not experience wear and tear. So when you have an art piece, the way you experience that art piece is you hang it on your wall. And so you can assume that if unless you're very unlucky, there isn't going to be a lot of damage to it. Whereas the way you experience a fashion item is most often by wearing it. And so every single time you experience that item, it experiences wear and tear and it goes down in value. With digital fashion, these factors are not present. So you have this idea of traceability. So you can see who's owned it. You can see the experiences that they have, which, as we've seen from the vintage market, can add to the value of an asset or item, but with none of the physical degradation or scarring. And so that, on a very base level, allows for digital fashion to become a monetizable good in a new way that fashion in the physical space has never been able to. And that very briefly brings me on to what I'm building. So Drop is a platform maximizing the value of digital fashion for creators and consumers. And so all of the things that I said above, this idea that digital fashion currently cannot be worn to express your identity while simultaneously having the abilities to be owned, to be monetized, to be modified, and to be able to be transferred. That's one of the first things that we're dealing with. So on this platform, you'll be able to buy the latest, coolest, digitally native creators, empowered and from everywhere in the world. You'll be able to see them in a virtual closet space. And from that virtual closet space, you'll be able to port them onto yourself, onto your avatar in a game, onto your picture for profile on Twitter, to give you this cohesive digitally native identity, which I think is one of the core things we need for digital fashion to move forward and to become mass market. Once those mechanisms are in place and you are wearing your digital fashion wherever you would like, there's also this ability to monetize it. So obviously you can resell it to others, but actually you can take that one step further. So you can rent out your digital fashion. So let's say I have an incredible Drop item in my closet. I can send it into somebody else's closet and be automatically paid back in the royalty mechanism that I previously said to you for every hour it's held by somebody else or for every time that they wear it. I can also have programmed in the ability for that garment to be returned to me after a specific period of time. So that's one of the things we're going to be focusing on rolling out. The second thing we're going to be focusing on rolling out is this idea of where to earn. So as I said before, digital fashion allows for this new realm of consumer loyalty. With where to earn, a brand can say, okay, there are 1,000 of my items in different people's virtual closets. There is an event where I want 100, 150, 200 people to be wearing this item. I am going to make it so that for every hour somebody wears this item, they are paid automatically by us for wearing that. And for me, that's what I see as the future of the influencer economy. This idea that reimbursement is programmable, and it's not only limited to influencers with 50,000, 100,000 followers. It can be accessible to everyone. And again, obviously, part of what facilitates that is the fact that these clothes don't have to be shipped around the globe. They don't have to be produced, nor do you have to have specific tracking, which you're consistently focused on because it's all automated. So finally, coming on to how everyone can interact with this. As I said before, it's still a hyper nascent industry. So there's a lot of experimentation going on. And I think the one thing that I want to stress is for both consumers and creators and brands, there is no such thing as a one-size-fits-all solution. What's very important when looking at the next generation of fashion and looking into Web3 is really thinking about how it aligns with the brand that you've built and the values that you've assigned to that brand over time. So digital fashion and Web3, for example, it's hyper-democratized. Creator reimbursement is very important. This isn't the idea that it's a centralized platform where only a few people benefit. So first of all, it's checking if the way that you've presented aligns with that. And if not, really thinking of ways to bring other people in and reimburse them fairly. That being said, there is such a wide range of ways you can engage. Be that as a physical fashion brand that stays physical, but maybe has customer loyalties or perks based on the blockchain, based on Web3, to being a fully digitally native brand, which obviously facilitates this access to an entirely new generation of consumers who are these 220 million monthly active users on platforms like Roblox. So when going into this industry, I think one of the most important things is to educate yourself, to really understand which elements speak to you and to be experimental. And similarly, as a consumer, what's very exciting is digital fashion allows an entirely new way to experiment with who you are digitally. But that might be on your Instagram, or it might be creating an entirely new persona from scratch. One of the most important things to be consistently aware of as both the consumer and a brand is that this industry has not been developed. The stakes have not been set yet. And so being experimental, or not necessarily knowing who or what you are in this realm, is completely normal. And really going down the rabbit hole and allowing other people to speak to you with humility about how this industry will change and what your place within it is. Thank you so much for listening. And I now want to open for the last 5 minutes to any questions anyone might have.
Hey, Danny. Oh, that was wonderful. That was great. Thank you so much. For me, especially, and I've been a part of the 3D Tech Festival and Alphanon for several years, and you were also, I don't know if our watchers and audience know this, but you were very heavily involved in last year. And I want to plug your talk from last year's, how can the metaverse, your session, which you led, it was a panel discussion. How can the metaverse offer new possibilities for apparel designers and creators? And you led that with Leanne Elliott-Young from the Institute of Digital Fashion, Steffi Fung, and Regina Turbina. That's on our YouTube if you'd like to go back and watch that ahead of tomorrow or anything. And there was also a lot of talk in your session right now about the metaverse and Web3 and stuff. And there was a great talk from last year as well by Yat Su, who is the CEO of Animoca Brands, And that video was called, or his session was titled, "Are We Ready to Live in the Metaverse?" And I think both of those videos would be great complements to what you talked about today. And I really loved like the practical applications that you had to present about kind of like all this NFT stuff, which is like a horrible lack of a better word. But I think a lot of people got caught up in kind of like the Bored Ape, Yacht Club, stuff like that. But you were able to just really present some really tangible benefits to it, not even just for the designers, but you're looking in a way to kind of pass on ways to pay them and stuff. And I think that's really wonderful. So thank you again. We did have a bunch of questions come in. This first question came in from Bianca Vasquez. How can someone enter the digital fashion space with no experience? What should we be focusing on? Augmented reality development, design, whatever.
So I think that's a really great question. And kind of as I kind of concluded the talk, I think it's really to do with assessing who your consumer is, where they're going to wear their digital fashion, and what is most native to you. So AR, for example, if you go onto Snap, they have really interesting developer kits that can allow digital fashion to be worn on real life, which can engage your physical consumer in a very interesting way. And I would definitely recommend looking to Snap for that. I think, Bianca, what I'll also mention is at the moment, resources around this are hyper decentralized. So a lot of creators are learning literally from YouTube how to do this. And I think that has also led to this very vibrant community of people really helping each other out. So look up Steffi Fung, look up Leanne Elliott-Young, both of whom are doing courses around this. Steffi is more digital design focused. But before going in, really look at who your consumer is and who you're looking to wear the fashion. And then you can move forward into which digital fashion mechanism is right for you.
That's great. I think that, as somewhat of a content creator myself, definitely not in apparel or anything like that, but the power in finding other influencers, from macro to micro influencers is really wonderful. There's a apparel designer that I follow, Don Allen III, who I love. I'm not even in it, but I really love him because he's so really very down to earth, and one day he'll just start a live of him kind of messing around with an old Xbox. I've even forgot what it was called, but like this kind of virtual reality, augmented reality camera that Xbox came out with, and he's just messing around with it in his living room. So the power of kind of micro all the way up to macro influencers is really always helps me get to start. It's the first place I turn to is influencers and hashtags, So there's another question that came in from Fer Martinelli. Seems it was kind of piggybacking on another comment from another user, but how is digital fashion addressing its externalities, like bullying, for example, mental health, financial impact? And, is it addressing any of these things?
So I think that's such a brilliant question because I think it is such an extreme problem. Default culture I've always found very fascinating as a sociological phenomenon, but obviously it is hyper problematic. One of the things that I think digital fashion facilitates, which is hyper advantageous, is this idea that you are not wedded to your physical form, and also the fact that you can access the industry at a much lower price point. So this idea of being able to create an identity from nothing, whilst I'm in no way saying that it addresses problems with cyberbullying, because it doesn't, and that's something that we need to, as an industry, really focus on, it allows you to create yourself in a far more free-form way, and it's been shown to actually have a positive mental health impact in terms of expression of identity. A similar thing around price point. Rather than luxury fashion being thousands or hundreds of dollars, you can exist within these realms for, let's say, $7, $8, $20, which democratizes this idea of luxury, which democratizes self-expression. But I agree, there is a really fundamental problem, which, as in our physical world, needs to be addressed around the more negative microcosms which spin up amongst the industry. And I think increasingly there are efforts towards this, but exactly as it's 2 years old, there is still a colossal way to go.
I think we have time for maybe just one more question. Does Web3, as applied to fashion, does Web3 present the same sustainability dilemma, consumption of energy, and stuff like that, as crypto, which is super timely right now with the merging of Ethereum 2.0 and stuff.
So Linda, that's a great question. I think such a pertinent question, exactly as you said, to address right now. So first of all, simply, yes, there is an extreme environmental impact. It is not close to being as extreme as the environmental impact that the fashion industry traditionally has, where it's 10% of the world's entire carbon emissions, more than the airline and marine industries combined. However, obviously, this use of servers and all of the accompanying technologies is environmentally impactful in a negative sense. Very quickly to touch on the blockchain element. Blockchain and the most prevalent blockchains at the moment use a large quantity of energy because of their consensus mechanism, aka the ways in which they put transactions through. At the moment, Ethereum, which is the largest blockchain that these goods and assets are created on, operates on something called proof of work, where you have a ton of computers all competing to solve a puzzle, and whichever one solves the puzzle first, and with that the accompanying energy, which is now absolutely colossal, puts the transaction through and gets a reward. So currently Ethereum uses the same amount of electricity as Argentina, or has the same quantity of emissions, which is absolutely colossal. However, this week they are moving to a different protocol called proof of stake, and there are already other blockchains which operate on this more sustainable protocol. So instead of all of these computers competing to solve a specific transaction, one computer will be selected based on staking a certain amount of cryptocurrency to solve a transaction. This will reduce the amount of energy and the emissions colossally. And I think that also relates to a larger point where, although there is a lack of sustainability within the wider technology used to underpin this industry, the speed of change and the speed of movement towards sustainability is far faster. And because we're dealing with technology instead of physical production, is able to be far faster than we're ever going to see in the physical fashion space. So I think these problems, whilst they exist, are going to be consistently remedied at a very high speed. And the final point to make around that is that a lot of people who went into the digital fashion industry did so because of sustainability or ethics concerns in the physical fashion industry. And therefore, there's going to be even more of a push to remedy these problems.
Great. I think that's about as comprehensive of an answer as we could have asked for. Unfortunately, I see the numbers dropping off. I know it's late in the day here on the East Coast, and especially towards the east and stuff, it's even later. I think that's all the time we have questions for. Danny, again, thank you so much. I think this is such a wonderful session. You're so knowledgeable, and we just thank you so much for your time.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. So that was day one. Thank you all so much for joining us. There were I think, over 350 people joined us at different times. And thank you all so much. It was really wonderful. And thank you to all the speakers again. I do hope you join us tomorrow for day 2 of the 2022 3D Tech Festival. Building a brand for everybody and anybody, which is all about the importance of and why regarding inclusivity. We're going to open the day with speakers from Harvard Business School, the Digitals, who's been highlighted every 3D Tech Festival as well, and differently enabled. Today's session, the recording of today's live stream, will be available immediately for rewatch on our YouTube channel, along with the other sessions that I mentioned from last year. Individual session recordings will be available on 3dtechfest.com starting Friday, September 16th. You can register, sign up for an account, and access those starting Friday after the conclusion of the festival. Get notified for tomorrow's and Thursday's sessions by heading over to our YouTube profile. Be sure to subscribe to us. You can navigate to our video section and take a look at the upcoming live streams. There's a little gray box there that says notify me to be notified when we go live over the next 2 days. I think that's everything for me. Thank you all so much again, and we'll see you tomorrow.